Did you have a motion to read?
Mr. President, we convened today in a closed meeting pursuant to a recorded vote on the motion above and in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act, Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires that the board certify that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and only such public business matters were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened, were heard, discussed, or considered. Any member who believes there was a departure from these requirements shall so state prior to the vote, indicating the substance of the departure in his or her judgment has taken place. The statement of the departure will be recorded in the minutes. Vote of certification by roll call vote.
Absolutely, by roll call. Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Ms. Dutta?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Dr. Siebert?
Aye.
Ms. Creasy? Chair votes aye. Okay. I'm sorry. I forgot you guys were here. Out of sight, out of mind. Ms. Holton?
Aye.
Dr. Davis Vaught?
Aye.
And Dr. Mann?
Aye.
You know, sometimes you got to be present to win, guys. So yeah, a word of warning there. But thank you. All right. We're going to push, believe it or not, item A down further on the agenda. We've asked staff to look at a few things. And so we're going to pick up now with item C. Final review of a proposal to adopt special provisions regarding accreditation indicators. Ms. Sipka. And in the event,
He's on his way in right now.
oh, actually, pause on that. Sorry. Like now.
Yep. Like
Sorry, Amy.
Right.
We're gonna put you. What?
10.
Oh, I got to tell you, this group would not be good at television production because we're just way off on our timing marks. All right.
Sitting down?
No, you're going to stand but you may be interrupted. Okay. And you'll know what we're talking about when you see it. And at that point, we're going to swap you out and then bring you back.
Okay.
How's that? And welcome and good morning.
All right. Good morning.
All right. Afternoon now. Yikes.
Good afternoon. I guess
Thank
it is good afternoon, President Kecker, members of the board, and Superintendent Balo. The purpose of today's presentation is to present a final review of a proposal to adopt special provisions regarding accreditation indicators. This item was presented for first review in June. The standards of accreditation do provide the board the authority to adopt special provisions related to the measurement and use of school quality indicators, as well as the authority to alter inclusions and exclusions from the performance level calculations. Today, the department is asking you to adopt special provisions for 2 indicators. The first proposal regards the achievement gap indicators for English and mathematics and the use of failing Virginia Alternate Assessment Program test scores, also known as VAP scores. The VAP tests are alternate state assessments given to students with significant cognitive disabilities. The other proposal relates to adding an additional qualifying criteria to the College Career and Civic Readiness Index, also known as the CCCRI. The CCCRI is an indicator that is cohort-based, and the index is a measure of students receiving credit for advanced coursework, earning CTE credentials, or participating in work-based or service learning experiences. The CCCRI is not yet active, but will count in accreditation calculations beginning in accreditation year 23-24. I'll first present the proposal regarding VAP. As a little bit of background, in 2020-2021, the new VAP assessments were implemented for the first time. Previously, the VAP assessments were portfolio-based, and now the reading, mathematics, and science assessments are multiple choice tests. In Virginia's accreditation system, we use a combined rate for the academic achievement indicators in grades 3 through 8 reading and mathematics. The combined rate in part includes students who passed state assessments, which are SOL tests and the VAP tests, as well as students who fail the assessments but show growth. Since this is the first year for the new VAP tests, the students who took this test and failed were unable to show growth from the previous year, as this was the first year for the new test. In addition, I'd like to point out that the accreditation indicators receive a performance level rating of either a level 1, which means the performance rate meets or exceeds the state benchmark, a level 2, which means the performance rate is near the state benchmark, or a level 3, which means the performance rate is well below the benchmark. With that bit of background information, the proposal regarding the VAP assessments is on the screen. The department requests that failing VAP test records be removed from the determination of the performance level for the student group Students with Disabilities in the Achievement Gap English and Achievement Gap Mathematics indicators for this current accreditation year 22-23 only, when the performance level for that student group is a level 3, and the rating is based solely on failing VAP test records. I'll provide some graphics on the next 2 slides to specifically demonstrate how this proposal would be implemented. Since the number of VAP assessments hover around 1% of the Virginia student population, the impact of not being able to show growth on a failing test record in the combined rate for the academic achievement English and mathematics indicators is minimized because of the group size. Those indicators are reported for all students. However, this may not be the case when looking at student groups within the achievement gap indicators, as the numbers in each group can be relatively small. On the screen is a snapshot from a school accreditation detail report for achievement gap in English. You'll notice that the student groups are each designated a performance level based on the performance rate for the group. The overall performance level is based on a set of decision rules that is applied across all the student groups. Having one group at a level 3 places the overall performance level at a level 2, and having 2 or more student groups at a level 3 places the overall performance level at a level 3. In this example, the overall performance level was a level 2 because one of the indicators had a level 3 rating, and it was the Students with Disabilities group. What is being proposed is demonstrated by the example on the screen. This is a snapshot from the accreditation detail report for Achievement Gap English for the Students with Disabilities group. I'd like to draw your attention to the 2 far right columns, which indicate the combined rate and the performance level. You'll notice in the top image, the combined rate is 64.44% and the performance level is a level 3. In this data, there are several VAP students who failed and were unable to show growth due to the new test format. When the students are removed from the number of students tested and the combined rate is recalculated, it's 69.71%, which is in the level 2 performance range. If you look at the second image, the rate of 64.44% is still reported, but the performance level designation is changed to a level 2. The proposal states that if failing VAP scores are the sole reason for a level 3 designation in the Students with Disabilities group, then the performance level will be reassigned based on a combined rate calculation that does not include the failing VAP assessments. However, the reported values will not change and will include the failing VAP scores. This will maintain transparency of the actual earned combined rate, while also mitigating the accreditation impact of a new VAP assessment on schools in the Students with Disabilities student group. This proposal only applies to accreditation year 22-23, and in accreditation year 23-24, year-over-year growth will be determined by comparing performance on the Spring 22 VAP assessment to the Spring 23 VAP assessment. The next provision that is being requested of the board regards the College Career and Civic Readiness Index. The proposal is to add a qualifying criteria to the CCCRI beginning in accreditation year 23-24. Calculation of the CCCRI is based on the unduplicated count of students who meet at least one qualifying criteria. These students are placed in the numerator. and you divide that by the total number of students in the on-time graduation cohort, which is the denominator. Currently, a student is included in the numerator if they successfully complete one of these qualifying criteria: an advanced placement, international baccalaureate, Cambridge, or dual enrollment course, 2 or more standard credits for a state-approved sequence in a CTE program, and they earn a CTE credential, or a student completes a work-based or service learning experience. The proposal in front of you today is to add a JROTC sequence plus a credential to the list of qualifying criteria for this indicator. JROTC is a nationally valued program that prepares students for post-high school success by promoting academics, leadership, integrity, personal accountability, civic responsibility, and community service. The JROTC program is intended to prepare students for college, career, and civic duty. A qualifying JROTC student would be one that has successfully completed at least 3 years of JROTC coursework and has earned an approved industry credential. Completion of 3 years of JROTC work is consistent with current regulatory guidelines that recognize 3 years of JROTC for promotion purposes in the armed forces, and completion of the JROTC Leadership and Employability Skills Assessment credentialing exam is highly encouraged by national JROTC leaders, though this proposal does offer flexibility in the credentialing exam that can be used to meet the qualifying criteria. Are there any questions on either one of these proposals?
Are there any questions?
I do.
Please.
Yeah, may I? Okay. So you mentioned that unable to show growth due to the new test format. How objective is that? I did look through some of the June material, and I looked up online, and I see that the Individual with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, states that an IEP must include a description of how the child's progress towards meeting the annual goals will be measured, and when periodic reports on the progress the child is making towards the annual goals will be provided. And the Every Student Succeeds Act, which governs the state assessment, it maintains the No Child Left Behind requirements that the state annually administer high quality assessment in reading, language, arts, math, science that meet nationally recognized professional and technical standards. So I'm aware that in February 2019, the Virginia Superintendent of Public Instruction was notified by the U.S. Department of Education that Virginia did not meet requirements of the Esea as amended by Esea for reading, language arts, science, and mathematics alternate assessments. They told Virginia to redesign or replace the VAP to comply. And then VDOE was given 2 years to submit evidence of an alternate assessment. And it specifically stated that VDOE have procedures in place for participating grade calculations to ensure that each child is tested. And now if the VDOE Accountability Office is unable to provide a valid and reliable growth criteria, there is difficulty in tracking. And I mean, I know VAP may be one data point, but it's a significant data point for tracking it, and encompasses not only the current year of standards of learning, but all skills that should have been mastered from previous grade levels. And parents want accountability, that the children are on track to pursue post-secondary education and or employment. And for 3 years now, VDOE has known it needs to overhaul the assessment of our most vulnerable of children. So when assessment formats change, whether here or by any testing entities, surely there are methodologies, formulae for calculating in place to account for it. I'm just not convinced that in reviewing all of this, plus what I've read online, that in reviewing the June presentation, that the department has done enough. And this is really just in regards to the first provision that you showed. I'm okay with the second provision, but I would not go ahead with the first provision. That's just my thought.
You want to respond? Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Shelley Loving-Rider. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Student Assessment, Accountability, and ESEA programs. I wanted to try to address your question. You were correct that USED did tell us that we needed to replace our alternate assessment. And
Hey, Shelley, I hate to do this in the worst possible way, but I need to interrupt you for a second.
sorry.
We're gonna have a
Of course.
quick visit, I think.
Yes, we do have a visit.
Yeah, you'll understand in a second. So we're ready. Again, my apologies, Shelley.
Well, hello.
There we go.
How's everyone? Well, thank you. Nice to see you. You already hurt somebody. Bill, how are you? I hope everything's coming along. Nice to see you. How are you, sir? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. How are you? How's recovery? Good. Well, thanks for being here. Nice to see you. How are you? Hello. Very nice to see you. Nice to meet you. Oh, goodness gracious. I will. I'll share a few words. They'll be short. But I'm just, I appreciate you making time for me. Of course. Yeah. Absolutely. Very excited to have you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
First of my 7 years on the board.
Oh, really? Oh, you're kidding. Like showing up.
Absolutely.
This is my wife, Suzanne.
Hi, how are you? I'm Dan Garrett.
Nice to see you.
Chris on the board. So good to meet you.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate your.
How are you?
Says a
So
lot.
great to see you. Everything good? Nice to see you. And everybody's got good stacks.
I never get greeted with hello, beautiful. Why is that?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Hey, how are you doing? Good to see you. Yes, ma'am.
Well, perfect. Well, thank you all for,
Okay.
please sit there.
Yeah, let me just say, ladies and gentlemen, obviously, we've been joined by the Governor of Virginia. It is the board's honor and pleasure to welcome, I guess, the 74th Governor of Virginia, His
Thank you,
Excellency Glenn Youngkin, and the First Lady of Virginia, Suzanne Youngkin. Governor, thank you so much for spending the time with us. And if you have some remarks, we'd love to hear them.
Very short, and I don't want to take up any of your very valuable time for the most important work that you're doing today. But I just appreciate an opportunity to come over and say hello, and hello to those on the videogram today. So thank you. You know, one thing I am reminded is that George Jetson's birthday is right around the corner, and we should all remind ourselves what we're doing today versus what we grew up with. And to see you all on the video is just extraordinary, and so great to see you. And thank you for making time. I want to start with one clear message. Thank you. Thank you for the work that you all are doing. This is an extraordinarily important board, and you put in an extraordinary amount of time. It demands it. And I just want to thank all of you for providing the most important resource anybody has, which is their time and their talents. And so thank you for bringing them to the Commonwealth of Virginia's service. Your mission is a mission that we all should lock arms around, and I know we do. And I'm just so moved by it, and it so embodies what we all know the future of Virginia must, in fact, provide, which is an excellent education for our children. But I think when you get specifically down into developing policies and providing leadership to improve student achievement, right there, to improve student achievement and prepare students to succeed in post-secondary education and the workplace. And I think sometimes there might be an or in there where students choose to go work first before they head on to something else. I think the ability of Virginia's schools and our overall approach to education needs to embrace both of those ideas so that everyone in Virginia can become a fully engaged citizen. What a great mission. And it's one that I so deeply, deeply value. I had the great privilege over the course of last year campaigning, but even the greater privilege this year over the last 7 months in serving 8.6 million Virginians. And I know you bring the exact same sense of a servant-minded heart to this, of who we work for. And it's parents, it's students, it's teachers, it's grandparents, it's aunts, uncles, And this is our constituency who have dreams and aspirations, and through education in Virginia, they want to achieve them. We've accomplished a lot in the first 7 months that I hope gives this group a great foundation. At the heart of it, the budget that I had the great privilege of signing in this past June was exactly the budget that I think collectively on a bipartisan basis we hoped for in education. The largest education budget in the history of Virginia, an extraordinary investment in Virginia's children's, a 10% raise for teachers, and I'll come back and talk about teachers in a minute, a $1,000 bonus, a $1.25 billion capital foundation that supports well over $3 billion of investments into our schools, into the facilities themselves. And side note, I had the great privilege of being in Mecklenburg County a couple weeks ago for the equivalent of a ribbon cutting of this extraordinary new integrated middle school and high school. And what happens when there's investment into the facilities brings with it a commitment that is felt by every constituent, students, parents, teachers. And so I'm so excited that we were able to really break what has been a norm for the state government to stand on the sidelines, in this case, to provide this kind of unique funding into a much needed cause, which is to invest in bricks and mortar for our children. The historic investment into lab schools is something that we collectively will go on a journey together. And this has generated such extraordinary excitement from all fronts, from students to teachers, to school boards, to superintendents. By the way, universities, community colleges, centers for higher education, businesses. This is an all-in community partnership that's coming together around this concept of simply innovating in our public schools as part of our public school system. It is so exciting to get started on this together and to see where grassroots innovation takes us. Just a great moment. So I'm particularly excited about the work that you all are going to do with regards to overall curriculum. I will tell you that we talk a lot about history, and I want to be very clear. I want us to teach all of our history in Virginia, the good and the bad. We have an extraordinary history, an extraordinary history that in fact is the history not just of the Commonwealth of Virginia, but of the country. And there's an opportunity for us to set a standard for what it means to educate our children in all of the lessons. Again, I'll repeat, the good and the bad, but also the amazing progress that we've made in this country, and yet the times we've failed. This is the moment for us to take a really, really serious look at how we are teaching this most important topic. Finally, and let me finish where I started. Thank you. This is a chance for Virginia across our entire education spectrum. Early education. I am so encouraged by the great work going on in order to provide a foundational parent, public, private choice agenda into early education that is going to be absolutely the standard for the nation. And again, in our budget, there was great funding and support provided for this most important investment. K through 12. We have a moment to, again, establish Virginia as the example of high expectations, the example of lifting the ceiling and the floor, the example for the nation about how to come together and provide our children the best opportunity for success, yes, in college and or a career. And then in higher education, and I am so encouraged by the great work going on across our higher education footprint. I had the opportunity to meet again with the Council of Presidents this week, and I meet with them quarterly. And again, I'm encouraged by now this collaboration, which is coming together across disciplines, across K through 12 and higher education, at a moment where we've seen the penalties of the last 2.5 years of this pandemic in absolute stereo for our children. where the learning loss is real. We're hearing about it as they head on to higher education, and the work that this group can do in order to take big steps, in order to close that learning loss and make such a great connection as our students, again, pursue what is a lifelong learning experience in Virginia. So thank you. It's no small task. I know that. It's an extraordinary amount of work, and the 9 of you contribute such an extraordinary amount to it. And so thank you for letting me drop by to say hello. Thank you for letting me interrupt your lunch, although I don't see any food. But I know you've got a full agenda ahead of you, and so I will step out of the way and let you get back to work. But for those of you that are new, Grace and everyone else, thank you. And for those of you that have been here for a while, thank you for your service. And I just look forward to continuing to support everything that you do.
Governor, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Governor, would you like to do a group photo with the board?
I'd love to do a group photo. We're going to have to do it in front of the screen here.
Can the first lady join, please?
I'd love the first lady. The pictures are always better when she's in them. I'll go in the well.
Governor, I think you want to stand in the back.
I'll go back here. Or just, how about I stand
I think everyone will see it.
Yeah. We're working on rehab. That's what we're doing. We're making a move around.
Yep. Perfect. Knock it out of the way. This is for the department right here.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Perfect. Would you sit down and do that? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think one of the things that we recognize is this just extraordinarily important partnership that exists with parents, with teachers, and of course, with students. And as we roll out of the pandemic, we've just seen the value of in-person education for our teachers. And so we need to do whatever we need in order to further their ability to do that.
And I think we have come up with an answer. So please, as I said, just through the bipartisan, through the education committee,
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Thank you all. Thanks for coming and attending.
We appreciate you. How can I get in touch with you about the program?
How's everybody? Good. Thank you for all you do. And, you guys gotta get started.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Suzanne.
Bye, thank you. You know, I don't like to do things without you knowing, but I figure. Of course, yeah. Are you kidding? Listen. Might pass the other on. And he might. They're good policies. All right. I guess we could start exactly mid-sentence when I interrupted you, Shelley, if that's okay. I'm sorry to have done that.
Oh,
but
that,
we're trying
I certainly understand.
to make this train roll. So,
So in terms of the new Vap assessment, you're absolutely correct. We did receive notification from USED in January of 2019 that the previously used Vap assessment was no longer permissible under ESEA. And just as a reminder, what we'd used before was a portfolio-based assessment where student work samples were collected, they were scored locally, and then we did audit part of those collections. Because it was a portfolio, the scoring was based on a rubric, so it didn't have a traditional scale score like a test would have. So we did begin working very quickly to identify a new type of VAP assessment. We consulted across the country to see, what we might be able where we might be able to partner with someone else. And eventually, we determined that we would partner with Oregon. So the assessment that we administered for the first time in 21-22 did include items that had also been used in Oregon. We certainly value the importance of the scores for students with significant cognitive disabilities, and we wanted to make sure that we had an assessment that would be appropriate for them. We did administer the test for the first time this year. Obviously, with the pandemic, the development of a new assessment was impacted by the pandemic. Just so you all are aware, we did attempt to find a way to measure growth from the old assessment to the new, but because they are such different assessments, it was really hard to think about how you measure growth from a portfolio-based rubric score to a more traditional scale score on the current test. We talked internally about it and also consulted with folks outside of the agency. And so what we came up with was the idea that if in fact a school's gap for students with disabilities was at the lowest level, a level 3, solely based on the scores for students on the VAP, that we would recalculate without those and reassign the level. This is a temporary measure. We will be able to measure growth from 2021-22 to 2022-23 because we will have the same assessment. But what we're proposing today is really a way to transition from the old assessment to the new. Hopefully that answers at least some of your questions.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat. You mentioned you consulted with folks outside of agency about what were some of those? Would you be able to provide a list of, or some of the names that you consulted with when you?
As far as the way of measuring growth.
Yes, and I just don't, one of the speakers earlier said that, students are the data points that really matter. And for our most vulnerable of children, I'm still not convinced that because we shifted to a different paradigm, a different format, that we are not able to extrapolate or alter a formula to be able to. And again, this is like a cumulative skills. It's not only the skills that they learned one year. And so I'm hesitant to look upon this provision favorably. I just don't think I can do that for our students with disabilities.
And again, we do certainly value the contribution that those scores make. It's just a technical difficulty in trying to determine how to measure growth from a very different two very different assessments.
Okay, are there any other questions?
May I pose a question? Oh, go
Ms.
ahead.
Creasy first, and then Dr. Siebert.
Just one question. As you all looked at the opportunities for different assessments, were there any portfolio-based assessments that were acceptable, or is that no longer an acceptable means by which to assess our VAP students?
USCD's interpretation of the ESSA is that a portfolio-based assessment solely is no longer acceptable. So you either have to combine something with it or find a different assessment.
Could we go back to slide number 5, which has got the example? So
Which one is it?
number 5, the next one.
This one?
Just want to try to put it in layman's terms and make sure I'm understanding it, Shelley. Thank you for the explanation. So in general here, the bar is being raised for students with disabilities by bringing, an improved assessment online. Currently, though, to look at the growth piece, it's almost an apples to oranges comparison. Transparency is served because both the apples and the oranges are posted. And you're saying that in terms of the provision of showing growth, wait 1 year for that provision so that it can be oranges to oranges.
That's an excellent explanation.
I think like Dr. Siebert, I just have some clarifying questions. So this is 1 year. It's only VAP students. We're not making any changes to accountability for special education students overall, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then finally, with the stakeholder input, to Suparna's question, what do we hear from parents? So I know like there's a very active parent constituency in the state with regard to special ed. Like what did they say about this proposal?
As far as VAP in general, I think our parents have been fairly supportive of it. We did do a great deal of outreach as we rolled this out because we knew it was such a different type of assessment. I don't believe we've had any parent negative feedback on this particular proposal.
Did you have any parent positive feedback for the and I'm not talking about the new assessment, which I do understand, and I've heard from parents who think that this is the right step forward. This is a more rigorous way. But I think they're concerned that that the growth, the gap, not be shoved under the carpet. And have you really consulted with parents from local school divisions? I'm not just talking about the local school division, parents,
Right,
individual parents.
Yes. We have not done specific outreach to parents. Of course, all of the board items are posted so that there's an opportunity for people to weigh in, but no, we did not reach out to parents specifically about this particular measure.
Okay, I think where we are is, we could go a couple different ways here. I guess this is here on final review. Is there a harm, and I'm not suggesting we're going to do this, if this did not get approved today? In other words, does delay hurt? Because again, with 5 new members, if people need more time, certainly would like to have that flexibility. And then second, sort of for the board, is there, the contemplation of a motion to approve these items in accordance with the superintendent's recommendation as set forth in the item?
So Mr. Gecker, as far as a delay, there would be an impact if we have a delay. We are scheduled to release accreditation in September, and so this
Okay.
would be part of the necessary calculations we would need for accreditation.
Okay, and I think I heard, some objection to the second measurement, the second phase of this, the
That's
college
totally
career
fine.
and civic readiness piece. So we could break this into 2 motions.
Yes.
If that meets the board's pleasure because I have not really heard, significant opposition to, certainly the first prong of this.
Mr. Gecker, it is the first prong that we need to calculate accreditation. The second one is not necessary for this year's calculation.
Okay, so are there any motions from board members on this topic?
Well, I mean, I would make a motion if I may, and I'm not sure of the procedures here, that I would like to split this up because I don't think parents are happy about this, or special
Okay.
needs children.
So let me ask it a different way. Is there a motion to adopt in accordance with the superintendent's recommendation, the first piece of this, which is everything but the college career and civic readiness piece?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. So the motion is essentially to approve, Shelley, you want to put this in better words for me? The VAP piece?
Amy, do you want to do it?
Sure.
I'm sorry, Amy, I should have gone to
That's
you.
okay.
You have the podium
the-
after all.
Yep. The motion would be to approve the special provision for the academic or achievement gap for English and mathematics for the students with disabilities group that if the VAP assessments are the sole reason for a level 3, they will be removed from the calculation to reestablish the performance level, but the actual rating that will be reported out is the level that does include the VAP scores.
Okay. Andy, you,
Can we ask questions at this
Sure.
point?
Yeah,
I'm concerned. I mean, this is pretty narrow. I don't think we love it. And I don't think you don't hear from a lot of parents in Virginia with kids with special needs that they feel like things are going great. I think we can all agree to that. But I'm worried how much chaos we're going to cause around accreditation, what our options are here. Dr. Ballas, sort of a question in particular for you, what's going to, if we were to hit pause here, or what downstream things are we unleashing? Because this may be one that doesn't taste good, and we got to run an orderly system here.
Yes, Mr. President and Mr. Rotherham, that great question. And of course, I would like Shelley to address that. But in addition to the question as to what consequences this may hold, I would also like Shelley to just talk about maybe some different opportunities or some different options that were discussed beforehand that might present different pathways if this weren't approved today, just to give a bigger picture.
So I think if this were not approved, then we would move forward with including the VAP scores in the calculations. That would be the main change. I don't think we know what impact that would have on any particular school's accreditation at this point because we've not yet done those calculations. As far as other options, Amy may have to help me here, but I mean, do you mean Superintendent Balo in terms of other options for looking at growth?
In addition to possible negative consequences, what opportunities would not approving this hold for us to just rethink and go down a different path?
If you don't approve it again, we would move forward with including those scores in the accreditation calculations. It is a 1-year only issue. We will have a way of measuring growth in 22.
I think, the main impact or negative impact could be if you look at how the performance levels of each of those groups kind of roll up into the overall performance level. Once 2 of the student groups are a level 3, that indicator overall becomes a level 3. And when a school gets a level 3 in any of their indicators, it is no longer accredited. It's accredited with conditions. And so this, the impetus here is to not negatively impact schools because we are administering a new VAP assessment this year that is an apples to oranges comparison where we can't show growth. Again, the information is reported out in the rate. It's just the assignment of the performance level would be done without those failing VAP scores.
So you mentioned
Mr.
if
President.
2, sorry.
So please, I'll let you continue.
Thanks, Dr. Mann. You mentioned if 2 of the student groups are level 3,
Mhm.
is there not, what's the second group you're anticipating they might be level 3?
It could be any of the other groups. So if any
Are
of the
there
other
any?
groups if any of the other groups
Right.
are a level 3 in addition to the students with disabilities group, then that indicator itself will be a level 3.
Right.
So that's why with just this specific group, with just some of the times that there's some very low numbers in this category, and a school perhaps had a high number of VAP students who failed, it would reflect in that level. And then it kind of rolls up into the indicator and the school accreditation for that small number of students.
Do you see any other group? I mean, I'm sure you've got all your numbers in by now. Do you see any other group that falls
The
in?
the numbers themselves for each of the indicators is specific to the school.
Yeah.
So each school has their own, I guess, distribution of performance levels. So it just varies by school, whether they, each of those groups are level 1, 2, or 3.
But I mean, have you seen any such case where there is a danger of the entire school falling in a level 3 because of 2? And I understand student with disabilities being one. What's the other?
I would say that I have seen some reports when I was glancing through some of them that did have 2 indicators and that were red, and one of them was students with disabilities.
And what's the other one?
Oh, I don't recall what the other one was on this specific report.
Would you
I was looking
recommend
at.
that?
Pardon me?
So that would still be kept, but the gap assessment for the student with disability is being recommended not to be?
So what would happen is if we took those failing VAP scores out of that student with disabilities and recalculated the rate, if that rate ended up being in the level 2 range, we would put level 2, but we'd still report out the original rate with the scores in it. So that does let parents know what the rate is of the school. I mean, that is still very transparent. It's just that perhaps a very small number of students didn't have this kind of roll-up effect to the school accreditation.
I just don't think I'm getting, I would like to know how many schools or divisions or have this danger of having an overall level 3 before, I need more information, more data.
I think the issue for us right now is we're in the middle of running accreditation, so we can't really answer that question for you.
All right, Dr. Mann, you had a comment or a question?
Yes, just really quickly, just 3 really quick comments. First, I appreciated Dr. Siebert's summation of sort of the essence of what we are being asked to do. I think that was a very important sort of clarification to lift up. Secondly, I certainly agree with the comment that was made by Mr. Rotherham about none of us are happy about sort of the challenges that are evident as we think about children with special needs across the Commonwealth. And third, when I look at the data on vacancy rates by sort of area of specialty, we know that special education is up there. It's the 4th highest specialization across the Commonwealth where we're struggling. And so I do think that we can all agree that those are facts and they're real, and we need to make sure we're going at them. I do see this as almost akin to the decisions we've made as we've had to adjust for COVID on a one-time basis. And we've demanded or required that there be full transparency to schools so that they understand where we're making accommodations. And I think the area of absence, given the reality of COVID and quarantining and all of those things. So I just want to call those things forward in the spirit of recognizing the work that has been done under the extraordinary circumstances of the staff up to this point. So.
Okay, we have a motion before us in a second. Thank you, Dr. Mann, to approve the temporary alteration of the inclusion of the VAP, failing test records from the determination of performance level, et cetera. All those in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so that carries. And then on the second piece of this, we'd be looking for a motion to adopt alter the measurement of the College Career and Civic Readiness Index by adding an additional qualifying criteria beginning in accreditation year 2023 to 2024. Is there a motion on that? Thank you, Ms. Creasy. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Rotherham. Is there any other discussion there? All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, I am told that folks are getting hungry up here. I'm not sure I actually believe it, but I am told that. So we're going to take the quick lunch break. We'll be back in, 25 minutes, 20 minutes at, call it 1:35. We're going to, try to move along here. And no, not yet, Dr. Albin, I'm sorry. We're accommodating schedules today, so I'm sorry about all the switches. All right. We are honored again to have with us the Secretary of Education, Secretary Guidera. Welcome. We're going to move on to items H and I, and with her, I guess, is Deputy Secretary of Education Mackenzie Snow. I don't know who's doing what, but absolutely, anywhere you'd like. This is your building.
Thank you. Mr. President, I also want to introduce another member of the Secretary's staff, Maddie, who's bringing around handouts right now.
Great, thank you.
She's policy.
Mhm.
Mr. President, members of the board. it
Hang
is
on,
so-
I'm not sure your mic is on. 'Cause I
Can you hear me?
Try now.
Okay, Mr. President, can you hear me? No. Is this better?
Much better, thank you. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay, no. It's wonderful. Here we go. Mr. President, members of the board, it is a delight to be with you today. It's so nice to see the new member, and I'm sorry, I'm
Perfect.
waving to those of you on the screen too. It's wonderful to see you virtually. It's good to know the governor knows when George Jetson's birthday is, so we'll talk about that too. Thank you. This is a day that we're very excited to be here to talk about. This conversation around innovation lab schools is one that we started on the first week of the administration. And as you know, it is a priority of the governors and of ours and the Secretary of Education to really focus on how do we bring innovation and a focus on partnership and on providing many options to ensure that we're preparing every single Virginia learner for success in life. And as you heard during the public comment, examples and discussions and from local stakeholders who believe deeply in this concept of bringing this innovation through a commitment to partnership and a commitment to seeing every child where they are and helping them to get where they need to go, and realizing that our one-size-fits-all system is not serving all kids. The superintendent will be putting out SOL scores tomorrow, and what those numbers are going to show us is what we already know, is that our system is not serving all kids well, and that we need to think innovatively about how do we make sure that we provide alternative ways to make sure that all of our kids are achieving at high levels and are prepared for life, and that they also understand the various pathways to get them prepared for life. And so that's the heart and soul of what these lab schools are about. So I'm going to just start with a couple things, and I'm glad Mackenzie's going to drive for me on slides of what we want to do with you today. One, we just want to provide an update of where we are in the process. We're excited to provide that update. There's been a lot of thinking that's been going on the last 7 months, and we're thrilled today to provide for you, we hope for not just presentation and conversation, but approval, the planning grant guidelines. And we're hoping that those are things that you all have comments on, but we can also improve so we can start this process immediately of having the excitement around lab schools actually turn into planning grants so that our excited stakeholders can start working towards applying for these. We also want to provide a first review of the startup and the per pupil operating fund guidelines, and we're eager to get your feedback on those as well to make sure that we can continue moving the process along. But I first just want to start with a couple of what are lab schools and why do they matter. I am not going to read slides to you. They're in there for the public piece, but what I want to just highlight on here is lab schools have been around for a long time, and we have lots of examples you've been reading about in the paper of many of our schools which have had lab schools. For example, Hampton University and their pre-K lab schools and that they had at their School of Education to ensure that they were using best practices to ensure that they were preparing children in the Hampton Roads areas for success in school and kindergarten readiness. We also know that some of the nation's best schools today started as lab schools, Horace Mann in New York City, right? So lab schools have just been part of our ecosystem in education. And yet we don't have any right now here in Virginia. We had statutory language that was put into place in 2010 and established, and it gives us the framework that we're using today to talk about this expansion of lab schools and talking about it, but we have none of them. And I would argue the reason we don't have them is because we never put into place incentives for people to do the extra work that it takes to start these schools, right? Of being in partnership, of thinking about outside the box, of how do we do differently? How do we meet families and kids where they are? And we also didn't provide dollars to do this, right? There was a fund that was set up, but no money was ever appropriated by the General Assembly to do so. And what we're excited to dive into today is tell you what's different this time and why are we poised to have these lab schools be a success. not just for the Commonwealth, but most importantly, to reach those goals of serving children, especially those that have been traditionally underserved in Virginia, and making sure that we're bringing innovation, partnership, and better pathways to better success to all of our students in the Commonwealth. So the why, right? That is the why. How do we embrace, and again, these words that are highlighted here: innovation, high standards, collaboration, an alternative, and promoting innovative instruction, and thinking differently about how do we meet people. We've tried to build these guidelines that you have in your materials in a way that allows these schools to be built so that they are responsive to local needs, that they are responsive to the community needs. And what you heard from Superintendent Nichols today was exactly that, of how is he working in partnership with higher education and with businesses like Microsoft to make sure that they're meeting the unique economic needs of their region and the needs of their students, and making sure that they're getting the results. And what you'll hear from us the entire morning, not morning, the couple minutes that we have with you is, I promise we won't stay here till tomorrow morning, is a commitment to doing things differently and making sure that these are schools that are going to focus on increasing student achievement, increasing long-term outcomes, and having a long-term impact. This is not a short-term effort. This is one that we're looking at: how do we build these schools to have a lasting, long-term, sustainable impact on this? And this bottom line is, as our scores will show tomorrow in our SOL release, one size fits all approach to education doesn't work. Anyone who has more than one child living in their home and watching them go through school know that kids need different ways to excel and to thrive. And that's at the heart and soul of what these lab schools are about, is helping to provide lots of different ways for our children to succeed, but holding firm the commitment to high standards, high expectations, and getting results. And that's our commitment. So I'm going to turn it over to Mackenzie to go through some of the specifics, and I'll be jumping in at different times. But I just want to thank you so much for putting this on the agenda, and we're excited to get started. And the people of Virginia are excited to get started with having more innovation in our public education system. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Secretary Gadara, for that amazing framing. So I'm going to dive a little bit more into the details of the statutory requirements of a lab school. As you all know, lab schools are tuition-free, public, non-sectarian, and non-religious schools that are approved by the State Board of Education. And upon approval from the State Board of Education, an approved lab school creates a governing board or body referenced in this document that executes the contract with the State Board of Education. We do encourage that those governing boards that are established have strong representation and fair representation of all the partners included in the lab school, including, as you heard this morning, local school divisions, community partners, and employers. And then that contract that we referenced is extremely important, especially because of the academic and operational performance expectations that are included in it. And those are the benchmarks or the metrics by which the lab school will be judged by the State Board of Education. And then finally, lab schools are, of course, subject to all state and federal laws, which includes the standards of quality, the standards of learning, and the standards of accreditation. There's one exception here: a collaborative partnership, which is a partnership between a lab school and a local school division, results in an educational program, the lab school being an educational program of that local school division for the purposes of standards of accreditation. So the lab school that is the result of a collaborative partnership is meeting that metric. Is there backfeed? Sorry about that. Is meeting that metric through that local school division. And then we have some exciting General Assembly updates from this past session. As you know, the General Assembly included a $100 million disbursement into the College Partnership Laboratory School Fund during the 2022 session. It's important to note that this fund has existed since the initial code language in 2010, but prior to 2022, there has not been an appropriation in the fund. And the fund has three distinct set-asides. There's $5 million for planning grants, $20 million for startup grants, and then the balance, which is at minimum $75 million, goes to support the per-pupil operating grants for those approved and launched lab schools. And then secondly, and importantly, the Appropriation Act amended the statutory definition of a lab school. So previously, a lab school had to be a public or private institution of higher education with an educator prep program. This enactment clause actually removed the requirement to have a board-approved educator preparation program and expanded the eligible entities to include community colleges and higher education centers to ensure equity and and access to lab schools across the Commonwealth.
So I'll take it back for a second. I want to make sure that we address some of the concerns that came up in the public comment about is there an issue right now with the appropriation and using the newly enlarged eligible higher education institutions that can apply for a lab school and receive dollars. We have worked deeply to make sure that this issue has been cleared and that there is not an issue here. We have worked not only with the great team here at the Department of Education, Kent Dickey, Leslie Sale, and the rest of Superintendent Balo's team to make sure that this has worked, but we've also made sure we've had expert guidance from the Department of Planning and Budget, the AG's office, and also you have in your packet a letter of clarification from Chairman Barry Knight, reinforcing that the intent of the conversation and the debate that happened, and as you heard from Delegate Davis during the public comment period, that the intent of bipartisan support was to ensure that not only we expanded the eligible higher education institutions which could sponsor and launch a lab school, but also to receive funding from that $100 million. So I just wanted to make sure and highlight that. As Delegate Davis said, if there are technical issues that come up that we need to deal with, we will deal with them. We will commit to doing that. But at this moment, all recommendations from every expert that we have talked to says to continue to move forward and to keep this process going so we can meet the demand that exists out there and that we can build these schools that we know are going to change kids' lives.
Thank you. And then next up, we have the timeline. And I know this is a very busy slide, but we wanted to ensure that you had all the printed information and could map this out alongside us. So we start our timeline with today. August 17th, the board is considering the planning grant guidelines and providing a first review of the startup and per pupil grant guidelines. And then the department intends to quickly thereafter, in late August of this year, publish those planning grant application form that will very closely align to the board approved guidelines. And the department will begin accepting and reviewing those planning submissions on a rolling basis. And it's important to note that during this period, the board will also be working to convene the Committee on the College Partnership Laboratory Schools, or we'll call it the Standing Committee, because we expect to receive applications in short order. And then in early September of 2022, the application for the approval of a lab school, so the approval to launch a lab school, will be updated just to reflect those statutory requirements we articulated a couple slides back. And recall that this application form is very, very similar to that which the board approved in July of 2012, just with those technical and statutory updates. So that will not require board approval or board action. And then we hope that the board and the standing committee of the board will begin accepting and reviewing those applications for approval to launch a lab school in that time frame. And then on the second row, you'll see that in the next board meeting in September, we hope to see the board provide final review of the startup and per pupil grant guidelines. And similar to the planning grant, we plan to launch that corresponding form shortly thereafter and begin accepting and reviewing those submissions for startup and per pupil grants on a rolling basis. It's important to note here that only after a lab school receives approval from the state board to launch may they apply for and receive those startup and per pupil grant funds. And then in winter of 2022, we expect that the standing committee and the department will be reviewing those applications for approval to launch a lab school and providing that department first review, then that standing committee recommendation. And then also in winter of 2022, that the board will be reviewing those applications for approval. And the board's decision there is, of course, final. And then in spring of 2023, beginning as early as February when teacher recruitment really starts, we expect those lab schools that hope to launch in 23-24 to begin recruiting teachers, to begin recruiting students, and then we expect a number of lab schools to be launching in 23-24. And then just one other note on the slide, we are bringing before you the guidelines, and I've articulated a couple times that the application form will be based closely on those guidelines, but the board is considering delegating that authority to review those funding applications, score those funding applications based on the articulated rubric to the Department of Education. We'll continue and dive in a bit more into the planning grant guidelines, which is our first step in that timeline and your agenda item H.
Yes.
Dr. Mann's having some trouble finding this presentation.
Dr. Mann, can you hear us?
Tell her if she can.
Yes, I can hear. I mean, I've been through the board book very, there was a lot to go through and I definitely went through it. I just couldn't find it. It seemed like the link I was accessing had the guidelines document twice. It's at least in mine, but I don't want to distract. I can certainly get a copy on follow-up.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. And I think someone will work to send you a copy of that to your email if that's easier to access.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So then diving a bit into the content of the planning grant guidelines, which you all have the opportunity to review. Just to bring front of mind again, these are one-time grants that we do not expect to exceed 12 months. And we expect those grants to be up to $200,000 with the discretion to consider on a case-by-case basis an amount exceeding that in accordance with available funds. And then we've just pulled a couple of those core application required components. There's basic things like your applicant, your partners, assurances to abide by state and federal law, your budget. But importantly, it also includes the school governance structure, facilities, mission and pedagogy, assessment, the student population you hope to serve, your instructional model with a focus on those outcomes that the Secretary articulated, proficiency, college and career readiness, long-term outcomes, your description of your plan for involvement of teachers, parents, community organizations, and employers, and how you plan to secure partners. Both of those last two components really drive at the sustainability of the lab school idea that you are developing. And this was important to pull. This is directly out of your proposed planning grant guidelines, but we have here the timeline and benchmarks and deliverables for each quarter of the planning grant. So in the first quarter, you're articulating your proposed deliverables. In the second quarter, you are providing a progress report to ensure that you can obtain that second installment of the award. Importantly, in the third quarter, you are expected to have submitted an application for approval of a lab school to the State Board of Education. And in that fourth quarter, we expect many will have attained approval by the State Board of Education to launch a lab school. And again, we articulate quarters because some have expressed interest in 6-month planning grant applications up to a year. So important to pull out. And then finally, I think this was a particular point of confusion related to the department's evaluation of submissions. The department intends to do so based on a weighted rubric and using peer reviewer scoring those applicants on the weighted rubric. The language for those factors, those rubric factors, is directly in the planning grant guidelines, and they are the 5 factors in front of you. You also, I believe, have a handout that proposes a minor line edit to replace a confusing phrase with just using these components in the rubric on page 3 of the guidelines in the agenda item H. So if you could please consider that clarifying edit to make exponentially clear that these are the rubric factors, we would recommend that the board consider approval of the guidelines with that edit.
And I now get to spend some time on my favorite slide in this entire deck. So the reason we're asking you to act on this today is what this slide shows is incredible interest across the Commonwealth on building these schools, and people are ready to go. And they keep thinking they've missed the deadline that it got announced about. So we would love to be able to say, it's time that you can apply for these. What this shows you is the embodiment of what we want our lab school map to look like long term. What you see here is that we have over 39 higher education institutions across the Commonwealth in every superintendent's region, which you know is in our guidelines that we will not put a second one in any region until there was one in every single region, because we are serious about that regional diversity. We are serious about making sure that these schools of innovation are targeting students who have traditionally been underserved, that the system has not served as well, and making sure that we're doing that in every single region. And that's critical. And this is about improving student achievement. And what we're seeing from this is that our higher education institutions, our public and private 4 years, our community colleges, our higher ed centers are ready to go. And I just want to give you a couple examples of what I'm seeing as I'm going across the Commonwealth, and just a flavor and a sense of the energy and excitement that's out there. I was in Lynchburg last week, and every one of the higher education institutions in the city of Lynchburg is partnering together to create a lab school. They have put together a team, including with community foundations, with employers, with nonprofit providers, to work together to say, how do we build a school? They have 2 ideas. They may actually apply for 2 lab schools. One, they want to focus on literacy. And another one, the school division is really interested in working with their middle schools, right? 2 really interesting, exciting ideas. And they're going to work together to figure out what best serves the students and the families of Lynchburg. And I just want to say that's this moment of higher education, community partners, employers, and our K-12 system working together to figure out how to best serve students who lots of times have not been served and we've not been getting the results that they deserve and need to have. Another example, you heard from Superintendent Paul Nichols today from Mecklenburg. We were down there 3 months ago, and he said we want to be a lab school, and what he's building there in terms of career academies and ensuring that every single one of his students starting in 7th grade will be exposed to careers and will leave not only with a degree, a K-12 degree, but also an associate's degree or dual enrollment credits or opportunities to work hands-on and have internships in the community. He wants to be a lab school because the partnerships he's already built with the higher education system, he wants to just leverage those and make sure that they are serving his students well. And finally, you got to hear from Kumi Goranson, who heads up Code RVA, which is just one of our treasures of innovation in Virginia. The results that she is getting serving students from 15 neighboring school divisions is incredible. And it is this heart and soul, that to me is the heart and soul of what we're trying to do, is to bring that innovation and those results and bring them to every corner of the Commonwealth. And with the commitment that Kumi has made and Chris Dovey's made with Code VA, is to make sure that we have one of those schools in every single one of our divisions. And what's also inspiring is that the private sector has stepped up. Chris mentioned this early in his public comments, but Google has committed $250,000 to make sure that this gets launched. Amazon has committed to not just to the computer science work, but they have said that these lab schools are a core part of their workforce development investments in the Commonwealth of Virginia. There is a commitment from LEGO that I encourage you to look at. We'll send you the link to the video made by the Director of Education of LEGO of saying we want to talk about how we can be a part of changing learning and achievement in the Commonwealth. As you know, they're one of our latest companies to join the Commonwealth, and they're coming in not just to get employees, but to make sure they're building the employees of the future. And we also have Microsoft that is also committed to working with our computer science piece and already doing incredible work down in Mecklenburg. So we have these incredible private sector partners that want to work, and they want to make sure that that we're all building together the education system that serves all students and prepares all learners for success in life. And I just think this picture is worth 1,000 words, so I will stop saying words and move on, but we're happy to answer any questions about this. But we're really excited about how people have responded. And this is just the beginning of what we're seeing. Everywhere we go, people are like, I'm not on the map, but I want to get on the map. So thanks for helping us to meet that demand that's growing out there. And then my final thing I'll say is we're going to start as soon as you all give the blessing that we can start and we can get these planning guidelines and the application out there for the planning grants. We are going to do everything possible to make sure that there is no one in the Commonwealth does not know how they can be involved in a lab school. So we are going to be working in partnership with all of our education associations, the constituency organizations, the business community, all the higher ed organizations, community college system, and Chev to make sure that we do a series of webinars where we can provide the opportunities and walk people through how they can be part, how their members can be part of this culture of innovation that we're going to be building together. So that's our next step. As soon as you all give us the thumbs up, we will be out there talking about this, advertising it, helping people understand how they can be engaged and involved. And then we think that these numbers will grow even bigger and we'll have even a stronger network of innovative schools just happening across the Commonwealth. So to go there, I would love if we can pause for some conversation on this planning piece. And one is we have two things we particularly want to hear your feedback on, but also we are happy to answer any questions. And Leslie and Kent are here as well to answer the really hard questions. We'll do the easy ones. But we'd love to hear your any advice you have for us about how we can make sure that we get the outreach out across the Commonwealth, and so that we're truly listening to people and making sure that there's no one that doesn't understand how they can be involved in this. And second of all, as Mackenzie explained in the process, the standing committee that will be established by the board, it plays a critical role in ensuring that we are having a process that ensures that there are quality applications and that we are spending the money of the people's money well, and that we're investing in plans and then eventually into schools that are built for sustainable and lasting and public and positive change and impact. And so we would love to get your recommendations about people and the types of people, and if you have specific names as well, that you think we should consider putting on that committee as well. So I'm going to pause speaking at you and just would love any feedback, any questions you have, and any specific responses to those two questions.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And Mackenzie, just a couple quick questions. When you had your map up there, are you planning on 25 to 39 planning grants going out to the tune of a couple $100,000 each, or what? How many do you think is your anticipation?
So I think we have enough that we can do 25 planning grants. So we're also going to do a little matchmaking when people come up and they're in the same neighborhood. We're going to encourage them to partner together too, so that one, it gets a better result. And two, we think these planning grants, there's going to be a huge demand for them. And so we want to be able to fund as many as possible. But at the same time, we're also going to be strategic and encourage people to work together.
And when the planning grants come in, just in terms of the lessons learned or just assimilating all of the data and the input and the innovation and the ideas that are coming in, are you going to try to serve as a clearinghouse to maybe share the lessons learned or the best practices with others, or how are you?
Absolutely. So part of this, as I think the superintendent shared before, is that she has started a new office here at the department that is all about innovation. And so our whole goal is, how do we start, and there's lots of innovation going on in different places. There are magnet schools, there are pieces, but what we've heard is that they're episodic, there's no network, there's no learning from each other. And so our commitment, and we're doubling down by doing the lab school, but it's also identifying anything that's starting to get different results and doing things in a different way, that we start seeing and cataloging innovation and innovative ideas. We start learning from it, and we start sharing it, and we start growing it. And so one of the ideas that we have is, how do we have an annual conference where we bring together folks who want to learn from this and say, what do we know is working? How do we do more of that? And we think that there's an appetite and a hunger for doing more of this and learning from this. So this is a core part of this, of how do we incent, build, and grow a culture of innovation that's not just innovation for innovation's sake and doing something differently, but innovation for better results and for better long-term outcomes.
I do have some questions. Could you please elaborate on the targeted student population?
Sure, I'm happy to. So we specifically reference the statutory definition of at-risk students, but the proposed guidelines in front of you expand upon that to include those students who are most affected by COVID-related learning loss, and those students who are served in schools identified through either federal or state accountability. So for state, denied accreditation or accredited with conditions, and for federal accountability, those CSI, TSI, and ATS schools.
Another question is you mentioned there's on the slide, there is a governing body for an approved school. What would the composition of a governing body look like, and what is it really?
Sure. So the approved applicant, meaning the eligible post-secondary entity, is required to establish a governing body, and that is the entity that actually enters the contract with the State Board of Education. The governing body and their members are selected by that applicant, that approved applicant, but we encourage and strongly encourage there to be representation of all the partners and all of the community members being served by the prospective lab school to be represented on that governing board or body.
One third question. When you mentioned a few of the high-tech companies, immediately I started thinking about what kind of data collection might there be. Would these these private, these high-tech companies have access to? Would they have, there's always a concern about our children's being data mined and all of that. So what kind of data would these companies have access to? Would they have access to any?
So that is incorporated in that broader statement that the lab schools must comply with all federal and state requirements in code and regulation. So FERPA at the federal level, state student data privacy requirements. So the student data privacy requirements that district public schools are subject to, lab schools would also be subject to.
But you know that data mining is happening in our public school systems. My children went to school where they were data mined, where children are being surveyed and being data mined, and by there are multi-million-dollar contracts by the local school boards employing these data mining companies. So that's a little concern to me. So I'm just something to keep in mind. That's all.
Thank you.
President Kecker.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much, Secretary Gadara. It's clear there's a lot of passion, and it's certainly important that we be focused on doing all we can to make things better for children, for sure, through this initiative. I was curious about to what extent I had a chance to look back at the 2011 application tied to the lab schools when it was first legislated and authorized. And I'm just kind of curious that the guidelines are pretty broad as they are articulated, but when you look back at the application that undergirds that previous legislation, it's pretty detailed in terms of what the expectations are for schools that are interested in this path. And I know in the materials, it noted that some of that information would be leveraged. So I am curious, because what we see before is quite broad, how much of that will be leveraged. And then secondly, and I do think you spoke to this, with the intent and spirit of this really being about building bridges to improve education beyond the students that will be served in these schools, I do wonder to what extent there's information being brought to bear where that has actually been done well in other places, and how that is going to show up in the structure or the guidelines or the office that the Secretary or Superintendent Belo has referenced as being established, because that's really where, the rubber meets the road. If these things become hothouses for particular communities, and there truly isn't a way to understand how we get to bringing those ideas to light in other places where the context is similar, because certainly contextual factors matter a lot when you're trying to understand outcomes. So those are my two quick questions.
Thank you, Dr.
I'll take the last one, then I'll turn to, so I'll do the last one on fun. We absolutely commit to making sure that we are learning the whole process, that we all learn together, and how we make sure that we do create this innovation. And there are going to be things that don't work, right? And we're going to learn as much from the things that we find out that don't work as we do that do. And there's also a focus on evidence-based approaches that you'll see in the guidelines. So absolutely share your commitment to how do we make sure that we are learning from this, and that that this is something that we continue to grow, and that the bottom line is it's serving students well and better. And I'll turn it to Mackenzie for the hard questions about the application.
And thank you for those great questions, Dr. Mann. I think I'd just point you again to the rubric, the weighted rubric factors and targeted student population alongside relevant research, and ensuring innovative models are grounded in evidence-based practices is a specific a requirement and criterion by which the applications will be reviewed. And then thank you for the opportunity to clarify the different applications. So we're actually talking about 3 applications in this entire timeline process. What's before you now is the application for planning grant funds. What you referenced is the application for board approval to launch a new lab school. And as we articulated in the discussion of the timeline, we believe that application will say very substantially similar, with the exception of updates to the statutory changes that we articulated earlier in the presentation, especially to the eligible entities. So in looking at that application, That will be a very similar application to what lab schools are responding to get approval. But we are considering an earlier step in that process, which is the planning grant that gets them in a position to submit a competitive and high quality application for approval using the form you referenced.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, Mr. President,
Yeah.
this is really exciting. First of all, I mean, to see the energy and to see the slide with like all the interest, and we saw, this morning, like, the code VA stuff and all the interest there. It's fantastic to see that it's like unleashing energy like that. I suspect I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. This is a really fast timeline. It can be done, but this is an ambitious timeline to open schools. So with the names, the reviewers and so forth, like how wide of a net do we want to cast? Because obviously, like there's lots of lessons nationally, there's lots of places where they have, really high quality authorizers and a lot of expertise. And I think people are excited to see Virginia moving this way. So I think there's a lot of people who'd be willing to, throw some sweat equity into helping us. Like when you want names of potential reviewers, how wide of a net do you want us to cast?
I'd like to get the best people possible. Of course, we want to make sure we get Virginians on here because these are Virginia's kids. But I think also if we can also thread that needle and get Virginians who are also national experts, that would be ideal. But I also would ask the board to consider folks who don't live in Virginia, who are willing to help us build a best-in-class system of innovation would be great too. But that's up to you all to decide who you want to put on that.
And just a quick distinction. So the standing committee members are selected by the Board of Education. I think we look to pull from that for the peer reviewers, but the peer reviewers will be convened by the VDOE to ensure that we are responding expeditiously to the applications.
So do we submit recommend the people to you to send them on to you?
I think you would recommend proposed members of the standing committee to the president and then
right.
to the superintendent for proposed peer reviewers.
Maybe just a little clarity on the standing committee in terms of how long will it be standing? How many members are you looking for? What's the workload? Just so as we try to think of some folks that could do it.
So I think we hope to have both representation of the state school board, State Board of Education on the standing committee, as well as experts across the Commonwealth and across the nation. They will be doing a significant amount of the work to review in detail those applications for approval and making a recommendation to the full board for approval or denial. So it is a highly important and significant task.
In terms of timeline, as I understand this, the request is to waive first review and do the planning grant guidelines today. It does not seem that the lab school committee needs to be formed today because it's going to be at least 6, probably a year out before we have applications to review. Is that accurate? Not looking to hold you up, but perhaps we could put on our next agenda the formation of a standing committee, which is we don't have today, and then we can discuss how big, who comprises it. But pushing that out a month doesn't hurt you all at all, right?
So I think that works for the timeline, but we would encourage the board to act expeditiously because we know of many who will plan quickly and submit quickly. And because
if they get it done within 30, I'll be pretty impressed. Particularly since the operational guidelines won't be done until, you're not asking for those today. And so we're at least 30 days out from those.
Right. Yes, sir.
So in terms of steps, approval of the planning grant guidelines today. Next month, we can talk about the board formally forming the lab school committee, and then take, once we understand what that looks like, how many, what the composition ought to be, we can take recommendations for who ought to be on it. And then we push on from there. And as I said, that does not seem to me to impact negatively your timeline at all.
That's great. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. When you're done, I have a couple of questions.
I will always yield to you, Ann.
Thank you. Secretary Gadara and Ms. Snow, thank you so much for your presentation. I have 2 questions. One is simply, those of us on the virtual participants can't see your screen. Some of us anyway, can see the presentation that was filed in advance. But one thing I couldn't see is what is there's a friendly amendment language you're asking us to
Yeah.
adopt to the guidelines? Am I right?
Take this.
Can you
Yes, there is.
spell
On
that out
page,
for us?
on page 3, Ann, just going back on the history on this, there was a concern about just a complete naked delegation of everything to the department. And it was suggested by our council that we establish a framework by which the department would make the decisions they're going to be asked to make under the delegation that we're doing. Okay, the original document just said we're delegating. The revised document essentially takes out the idea that the department designs the rubric and instead, well, not instead, and still includes the same 5 factors. To date, or at least to this point, although it's referred to as a weighted rubric, there is no weighting associated with it at this point. And I'm hopeful that the secretary or the deputy secretary will tell us what the anticipated weighting is going to be of the 5 factors.
I'm happy to do that. And just a point of clarification on our intent. I think that was an issue in drafting. It was never the intent of the department or the secretariat to not have the board dictate the factors for the weighted rubric.
We were not offended. We
just to clarify. So
just following the rules.
But also, if I may, my question is just to understand what sentence is being amended and how, or do we know that yet?
Yes,
Thank you.
they're taking the language designed by the department that is aligned to the application components and emphasizes that language is being struck so that the full sentence or the portion of the sentence reads, according to a weighted rubric using the following factors. So basically, they took out the idea that the department did it all and essentially established this document as providing the department with the guidelines or the guardrails around which to design the rubric.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. And then I didn't mean to cut you off, Ms. Snow. If you had something else to add, or I can go to my next question, whichever.
No, just to
Please.
finish answering your question about the weighting. So we have been working through this. We have a proposed weight of 30 points for the targeted student population and relevant research, 20 for the clarity of program description, goal, and timeline that talks about the capacity, 20 points for sustainability and institutional commitment, 15 points for collaboration with school divisions, community-based organizations, employers, teachers, and parents, and then 15 for regional and applicant diversity to support both new applicants and at least one lab school in each of the superintendent's regions, as articulated by Secretary Gadara.
okay, I'm certainly comfortable with those weightings. Thank you for providing. Ann, you had a second question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you all, first of all, for bringing these exciting guidelines to us for consideration today for this exciting project. I have, as you know, we have heard from the Division of Legislative Services and the Senate Finance Committee raising questions about the legislative intent of the budget language as to whether or not private universities and community colleges are eligible for these planning grants and the other lab school grants. I am a lawyer and therefore smart enough not to be my own lawyer, and I'm hoping we're going to get legal advice on that question from our counsel. But I guess my question to you, pending that legal advice, is has the Department of Planning and Budget and the the staff of the Senate Finance Committee and House Appropriations Committee, have they met and tried to work out their differing understandings of this budget language? And if not, would that be a fruitful thing for them to do with or without lawyers, their respective lawyers in the room? It's been my experience that those folks work pretty well together and understand these budget documents better than any of the rest of us ever will. And if they haven't had that opportunity yet, is that a fruitful thing that we should try to figure out how we can keep things moving forward without presuming an answer on that dispute until they have an opportunity to try to work it out? In other words, I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't want to be the judge of it. I want to have the folks who know better than me, budget people and lawyers, figure it out.
Well,
And how can we have a process make that work?
All right. With regard to the process, Sam, we'll let Secretary Gadara answer that. With regard to the legal issue before the board, as you know, we as a board are not really equipped to resolve issues like that. And we rely very heavily on advice of counsel. Anticipating this issue would arise today, I have consulted with our counsel and am persuaded that the broader definition incorporated in the document before us is the correct position. However, that being said, if anybody else subsequent to adoption or whatever we end up doing with these guidelines wants to challenge it, that's in a venue other than here. But for the board's purposes, the legal advice we have received is that the broader language, broader availability of the grant is the correct reading.
So the legal counsel you have received is that the broader language that includes private universities and
Yes.
community colleges is the appropriate reading of the budget bill. That's very helpful to understand. And there's one more question before I defer back to Secretary Gadara, but to you then, Mr. President. I had a second legal question about the document, and that is whether or not we, the board, have authority to delegate. Do we have the, is it legal for us to delegate our authority over these grants to the department as these guidelines propose? And have you gotten advice on that legal question as well?
Yes, of course. We anticipated this one also. And the answer seems to be, and the reason for the change in the document is the sort of naked delegation was probably not the best course of action, although potentially not unlawful. However, the delegation with the direction, that is with the guidelines set out, and frankly, when the motion's made, I hope we incorporate the rubric weighting that was just discussed. A delegation with clear direction is apparently acceptable to the AG's office.
Okay, thank you. So that resolves my understanding of the legal questions.
Yep.
And so back to Secretary Gadara, have the DPB folks and the Senate Finance and House Appropriation people had a chance to meet? And is there any reason that, would it be helpful to give them an opportunity to try to resolve this, or is that unnecessary or a problem at this point?
Thank you for the question. So we have met with them all independently. I don't know if they have met together. Altogether, we can go back and check on that and see, but I think they have all met independently. They have all given us the feedback of keep moving forward with this. And as you heard Delegate Davis say today, Chairman Knight's letter says this is the intent. There was bipartisan support for this, and we defer to their judgment on that and on that. But at the same time, as both the President has said here today and also Delegate Davis, that if there are technical fixes that need to be made, we are committed to making sure we do everything right on this. So.
And just one additional point,
Thank
these
you.
guidelines were developed in collaboration with DPB and with OAG. So I think that was mentioned earlier, but just to again articulate.
Okay, so I think that covers everybody's questions for now. I'd be happy to entertain a motion to adopt the guidelines with the weightings as set forth by the Deputy Secretary. Is there such a motion? Thank you, Ms. Creasy. There's a second. Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by, oh, I'm sorry, Alan.
No, I was just, one of the questions Secretary asked, Mr. President, if I may, was about getting the word out. I think the word is out. There's considerable excitement already existing in the field and throughout the regions. I think part of that was because the legislative process, actually worked commendably well, and that there was a lot of efforts to make sure that local school boards were still at the table and engaged and having authority over their areas. So in terms of representation, I would just encourage you all to again, give kudos for keeping the regional representation going. I would also just kind of look forward to how the Virginia School Board Association and or other local boards could be involved in the process. But I think the word is out, and so I think there will be an abundance of applications, and this is very exciting.
Thank you.
All right, motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? I don't see any. All right, so that carries.
Thank
Next
you.
month, we'll talk about the next set. Just for the public's information, as was just pointed out to me again, the guidance documents required by law to go on Virginia Town Hall, which I guess the department will take care of. And that's a 30-day comment period for the public. And so I think that accomplishes all we needed with you guys. Is that right?
So we were actually, I think
more.
we lost our agenda. our PowerPoint. We were actually going to provide additional content on the startup and per pupil grant guidelines, but if those
That's
are
fine.
for first review and you don't need that at this time, we're happy to defer it.
Why don't we go through it now, because we'll do final next time.
Good.
Okay.
And we'll be fast.
Can I get some help putting the PowerPoint back up, please? Thank you. And so just to talk through this, we're at the third section of our agenda, which is over your eyes. Why? Move through this quickly. So we're at the third section of our presentation, which are the startup and per pupil grant guidelines for first review. And we are asking you to look towards this section of the presentation with an eye for feedback or questions so that we can ensure that we meet those in the interim between now and the next board meeting. So to start off with, and we've provided some of this background, but to give you more detail on obtaining approval for a lab school, the eligible entity that's prepared to launch a lab school has to submit an application to the State Board of Education for approval. And again, we indicated that we were using that July 2012 form, which was updated in March 2022, just with some technical corrections to again be updated to include those statutory changes. The Virginia Department of Education will lead the initial review of the applications for approval to ensure completeness. They will then pass that to the standing committee established by the board for a full review of the approval for application to make a recommendation to the board. And then the board will receive the committee's recommendation and to determine the status of the application approval or denial. And then once approved, then the approved applicant must establish a governing board that executes that contract. You can convene the governing board and execute the contract at the same time that a lab school is working on their startup and per pupil grant applications and submitting those applications. Then we just have one slide on the startup grant guidelines. As articulated, these are capped at $1 million per applicant, with additional funding considered on a case-by-case basis and in accordance with available funds. They are meant to be one-time funds. We've pulled out the common allowable expenditures here. It's important to note that there's a prohibition for major capital expenditures for land acquisition, new construction, and building-wide renovations. And then there is an allowance for one-time renovation for alteration to instructional spaces and purchase of equipment, materials, furnishings, things that would be necessary to create a vibrant educational setting for students to enter. And then quickly on the per pupil grant guidelines. The per pupil grant guidelines will reflect the funding grant request that cannot exceed the average per pupil state projected funding to educate a student, meaning the statewide average per pupil funding, including the state and local shares for a fiscal year, which averages in 2023 at about $10,376. This may be lower than the per pupil expenditure number that you're familiar with, around $14,000, because it backs out those federal funds and any excess that the local school division may be expending per pupil. It also, again, articulates common allowable expenditures and has that same prohibition for major capital expenditures, and again makes the point that those initial startup costs should in fact be funded by the startup grant, not the per pupil operating costs. And then finally, one important piece to note is that there may be funding provided based on enrollment projections. So there is a provision to ensure that if enrollment decreases by less than 20%, the awardee will still have access to that award amount. But if it decreases by more than 20%, there will need to be an adjustment in the award based on that projected enrollment versus actual enrollment.
And I just want to end our presentation part before we take any questions you have by just reinforcing that everything that we have put into the design of this process has been about planning for impact and planning for lasting impact and lasting positive impact. And so please know that what we're hoping we see in the planning grants is, because we've been so specific with what we're looking for, is that people have to start planning for how these last beyond 2 years and how they last beyond this initial a set of $100 million exists. You know, we would love to say that these are going to be so wildly successful in the general, and that our economy is going to continue to be strong, and that next year the General Assembly will double, you know, the amount of money they put aside. We cannot guarantee that. I would love to say that happens. What I can say is that we're getting outreach from national philanthropic organizations that are following what's going on and saying, we'd like to talk to you about putting some dollars behind this to incent this. We're hearing this from local employers saying that they want to be part of this. We know that local school divisions want to partner with this. So that's also a way to sustainability of making sure that local school divisions are part of this. And so the dollars also stay within the system. And that's a way of sustainability. So we know that there are many ways that we can get to sustainability, but what we are also just going to underscore, and what we hope, is that no plans are approved that do not deal with the sustainability issue, because this is not a flash in the pan approach. We do not want these to come and good ideas and excitement and energy that exists right now, and then it dissipates because we haven't planned for long-term impact. I want you to hear from us that we have tried to design this in a way that is about long-term improvement and lasting change, and innovation that inspires this to happen in every school in Virginia. So that's what we want to leave with. And we know that came up in public comment, and we just want you to know we hear that, and we have designed this process to make sure that that is the long-term goal, that we have innovation in all of our schools, and that they are making their plans to make sure that that is sustainable. We're happy
Very
to
much
take-
appreciate your time. Are there any other questions at this point?
Well, I just wanted to make just a comment that thank you for, this is very detailed, and I'm thankful particularly for the timeline slide that you put in. That's very clear, and I look forward to this exciting venture. This is fantastic. Good job.
Thank you. We're really excited too, and thank you so much for the partnership and your leadership on the board for making this possible. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
So we'll
to
see you
the-
next month.
We'll be back. So
Great.
it's good. Thank you.
Okay, before we do Mr. Albin and item D, can we move? No, it's just sort of a nonsensical process. But thank you. Reports are reports, they're heard or they're not. Okay, I'd like to circle back to item A and finish that up. Item A is, of course, the names of individuals to be certified by the board. I would be happy to entertain a motion to adopt the list with the exception of Mark Brian Taylor, the view being that we heard enough this morning to at least inquire as to get more information about what's going on and whether the requirements were met. Is there a motion to that effect? Or any discussion? Thank you, Dr. Siebert, and thank you, Ms. Creasy. Any discussion? See none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? No. All right, what we will do then, I mean, that's not a denial of the license. That is, in fact, just a deferral to the September meeting. And staff will be engaged with Spotsylvania to get any further information that's needed. Okay, we're almost back on the agenda. Item D. Dr. Albin. And Ms. Tennessee, excuse me, I did not mean to exclude you. I need to read further down the agenda sheet next time. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, President Gecker, Vice President Dr. Mann, Superintendent Balo, and members of the Virginia Board of Education. My name is Keisha Tennessee, and I am the Computer Science Coordinator. I would like to first thank you for the opportunity to speak with you again concerning the addition of the International Baccalaureate IB Computer Science course to the board's guidelines for the use of computer science courses to satisfy graduation requirements. This item was presented for first review in June of 2022. As outlined in the Standards of Quality, a computer science course credit may be considered mathematics, science, or a career and technical education credit based upon a review. Currently, the IB computer science course may be used to satisfy an elective credit, or it may satisfy a laboratory science credit requirement for students enrolled in the course as part of their IB pathway and who complete all components of the IB diploma program requirements. At the request of stakeholders, including parents and school division counselors, the IB Computer Science course was reviewed to expand options for all students enrolled in IB Computer Science course. The rationale for this request is based on the current graduation credit options outlined for the Advanced Placement AP Computer Science A course. Pursuant of House Bill 1054 of 2014, the AP Computer Science A course was approved by the board to meet graduation requirements for mathematics, science, and career and technical education as seen in Attachment A. Utilizing AP Computer Science A as a guiding tool, the review of the IB Computer Science course was conducted. The review consisted of an analysis of the curriculum guidelines and framework of both IB Computer Science and AP Computer Science A. Due to the high level of rigor of IB Computer Science course, the alignment of concepts and practices to the AP Computer Science A course, and the contextual knowledge and skills aligned to the disciplines of mathematics, science, and career and technical education, the Virginia Department of Education requests the board to approve adding IB Computer Science as an alternative to meet graduation requirements for mathematics, science, and career and technical education. In summary, the International Baccalaureate Computer Science course was reviewed for inclusion in the board's guidelines for the use of computer science courses to satisfy graduation requirements. This review was conducted by the Virginia Department of Education staff within the Office of STEM and Innovation and the Office of CTE. This request will expand opportunities for students to not only engage in rigorous computer science curriculum and instruction, but also the ability for parents and students, along with the guidance of school counselors, to assess the appropriate credit for graduation per successful completion of the course. Thank you for the consideration of this proposed addition of IB Computer Science to the board's guidelines for the use of computer science courses to satisfy graduation requirements. Are there any questions at this time?
Are there any questions? Ms. Tata?
Yes, I do. So under the purpose of presentation, you mentioned action required by state or federal law or regulations. So what are those? Is it just the HB 1054?
Under the purpose of presentation is just under the standards of quality, it's already been assessed that computer science courses must be reviewed.
Sorry, I meant which regulations and laws are you referring to?
Could I defer to Dr. Albarn?
Would it be possible for you to share where specifically that was?
Under the purpose of presentation, the very first.
First line.
The first line, action required by state or federal law or regulation. Which law or regulation?
I believe that would just be the provision of the Board of Education to approve courses for graduation purposes in Virginia. I can't cite the law off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to get that for you.
Yes, please. Okay. So which IB computer science are we talking about here? There are two levels, standard level, higher level. And I did ask for, thank you, Keisha, and you sent me the standard, the AP computer science. I looked through all the curriculum and I do see that the standard level, and I've asked teachers around, standard level lacks in rigor compared to AP Computer Science A in looking through all the course details. And the high-level course, of course, is rigorous, has 240 hours devoted to teaching compared to only 150 for the standard level course. So which one are you referring to here?
Thank you for that question and for that distinction. We were referring to the higher level course, so we can make an edit to that.
Yes, please. Okay. So my next question is that for CTE credit, here you mentioned that students are required to successfully complete either the AP Computer Science A examination with a score of 3 or higher, or the IB Computer Science coursework, right? So why is the proposal different and more favorable treatment for the IB computer science course? Why is AP held to a higher standard? I mean, if the AP exam score needs to be 3 or higher, what are the assessment requirements for IB? Just a coursework completion as stated? Because, assessments do exist for IP computer science, and looking through it, I see that there are mark schemes, mark bands, marks ranging from 1 through 12, 1 through 6. So it cannot be just that the AP computer science 3 or higher, or just course completion for IB. What is really the assessment requirement?
Yes, so I can summarize our discussion with the Office of CTE regarding the assessment component of the IB Computer Science higher level course. Some of that was in consideration of the comprehensive approach of the coursework within IB Computer Science that both includes the foundational understanding of not only the element of programming, but also the writing component, the critical thinking component that requires within the full IB scope of pedagogy and expectations of students. So not only practicing or writing out, say, programming within the Java language, but within the IB HL, the higher level curriculum, it does include a full scope of truly understanding the devices that you are programming on, as well as contextualizing how this is going to solve a problem based upon a student interest and based upon the needs of society at the time.
So what are the assessment requirements for IB?
Currently, as written, it is for the coursework that through the completion of the higher level course. It does not have the stipulation of the assessment score with the IB course.
So why would AP require to be a 3 and higher? AP is pretty rigorous too, Java, and I do have the entire curriculum for all of them, and AP is somehow held to a higher standard than IB. It's just not very. I don't think that makes sense to me.
What I could request, or again, take in my notes, is perhaps a review again of the AP Computer Science A course, or collectively look at both courses together. But this review was exclusively on the IB Computer Science A course. And so, yes, we did utilize the curriculum framework and guidelines that were used to already approve the AP Computer Science A course to grant the graduation credit flexibility within that. But from the council within the Office of STEM and Innovation and the Office of CTE, it was determined at that time the IB coursework.
Right, okay, because sorry, did you want to add?
I was just going to add to that the board has already previously approved international baccalaureate courses for approval for graduation requirement in other content areas, mathematics, science, English, and history. And we are holding IB Computer Science to the same standard, that the rigor of the course itself is of the same level as the AP, since it is an external group. The content rigor is measured to be the same, but as is the case with IB across the board, they don't have an end of course assessment, much like AP does, but the rigor is built in. And today's request really just follows the norm of us being able to include International Baccalaureate for Computer Science to expand more options for more students to be able to get high school graduation credits for these.
Thank you. Although there are assessments do exist, right, for IB, and it just seems a little unfair that all they're required to do is complete a coursework. I do agree, coursework is, why not have the same, then why not have the same level for AP, just a completion of course. So it's just a little unfair that if they complete, whether or not, if they score a mark scheme of 1, are they really still getting the same as an AP of 3 or higher? That's just a little bit, and my son has gone through he took the AP computer science A, so I know how rigorous it is, and so it just seems a little unfair. I would like to get that reviewed and see if maybe it's brought up to par for that. But sorry, I just had a few more questions. May I?
Can I make one distinction there? When it comes to that assessment, that's only for the career and technical education credit. That's not a component when it comes to the laboratory science or the mathematics credit.
Got it.
So that is not in regarding the laboratory science credit or the mathematics credit. That is only what was agreed upon with CTE to provide a career and technical education credit. So
No.
just want to give that level of distinction. And then to follow up what Dr. Albon said, just in regarding the elements of waivers or consideration of the IB course, recognized in Section 8 of the Virginia Code 20-131-51, there are elements of the International Baccalaureate that does not necessarily outline as we have outlined in the advanced diploma, but it has been agreed upon that completion of the IB course, the diploma pathway, is recognized to the same rigor as the advanced diploma that we have. So there is previous statute that indicates that the coursework itself has been recognized to extinguish the rigor and the merit of the course. That doesn't necessarily have to mean like an assessment per se.
But this is not just for students who are doing an IB program, right? This is for anybody who can take an IB computer science as well, right?
Yes, correct. So a part of the fairness is that currently the IB computer science course, you could have two students in the same class, and you can have a student who is taking the IB diploma pathway, and only that student has the option to earn a laboratory science credit, while all other students say they are partaking in the course. So it really does provide merit to the students who are in the course collectively, regardless if they're on the IB diploma pathway, because they're all sitting in the same course and they're all experiencing the same instructional practices and learning the contextual knowledge of that course. So it is to provide all students enrolled in that class the same level of opportunities to satisfy that graduation requirement, and to extend that graduation requirement to include mathematics and career and technical education.
Yeah, I do appreciate the fact that it's now more accessible. So that's a great thing. I just don't agree that even if you say fail here, you're still completed the coursework and you're still, even for CTE, that is, I think we need some assessments in IB as well. I understand that there are following certain standards set, but since now this is moving on from outside, you're just taking it apart and saying anybody now can take an IB, which is great, I think. But I think we need assessments for that. But if you're going to put it on par with AP Computer Science A, and are there any other states that currently apply towards a math or a science credit in high school? And what are other states doing in terms of allowing students to satisfy a high school diploma by taking an IB computer science class but not passing the IB exam?
I have not done the research on which other states in regarding to the particulars of the IB computer science course, but there are a number of states that leverage computer science courses that they do have to provide mathematics, science, and career and technical education credit. There are other states that require a computer science course for graduation credit. In particular, we're looking at the IB course, but different states may leverage other computer science courses. This is only one course within the list of the computer science courses that the state of Virginia offers.
I mean, for math and science credit is what I was referring to. There are, so you've looked, and there are other states who are.
But it not necessarily for the IB computer science course. I'm saying I do not have that data with me right now regarding the IB computer science course, but there are other states that use computer science courses for mathematics, science, and career and technical education credit.
Would be, sorry, Ms. Dutzer, we'd be happy to get that list of states for you. And if I may, could I go back and answer a question previously? You were asking about the legislation that was driving this. Essentially, 2014 House Bill 1054.
Okay, 1054. Okay,
was the
that was the one.
That.
Yeah,
that is reflected in code. I could get that as well.
Right, and so you mentioned here in your presentation that AP Computer Science A or IB Computer Science currently provides a student-selected verified credit for students who successfully complete a career or technical education program sequence, or successfully complete either the AP Computer Science A with a score of 3 or higher, or the IB Computer Science coursework. So this is a verified credit we're talking about here, right? The Virginia Code does not appear to require the State Board of Education to let students take the IB computer science course, but never taking or passing the IB exam to get a verified credit designation. Please, could you explain that?
Could I ask for you to repeat that question one additional time? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so here, your presentation, there was a paragraph. We said that, I think it's maybe the last paragraph.
Yes, it's the last paragraph.
Yes, the last paragraph where you say that AP Computer Science A or IB Computer Science currently provides a student-selected verified credit for students. Again, this is who successfully complete a CTE program sequence in programming and successfully complete either the AP Computer Science A with a score of 3 or higher, or the IB Computer Science coursework. And the Virginia code does not really require, it does not appear to require the State Board of Education to let students take the IB course, but not, to get a verified credit. Verified is different from a standard credit. So in the code, I couldn't find where it requires the State Board of Education to let the students take the IB computer science course, but not pass an assessment.
So is this a comment referencing your previous question regarding an assessment for IB computer science? I'm reading the statement.
It's a little different because
Okay.
this is verified. This
Yes.
is a different paragraph.
Yes.
Why are, now we're giving them a verified credit for not even passing an exam or taking an exam, which is different from a standard credit
Yes.
in math or science. Why?
I think the answer just goes back to the my initial response before, just in regarding to our initial discussion between the two offices, and we can definitely go back and review this to make sure everything is in alignment when it comes to the verified credit.
Okay, and Keisha, would you also please put together a table showing the various standards currently used for all the computer science AB and IP classes, including the SL, HL for IB, and also please put together crosswalk that shows the difference between all of these courses for the purposes of the math, the lab science, and the CT requirements. Could you please do that?
Yes.
Okay. And
do you have a timeline for when you would like to see that crosswalk, and who should we provide that crosswalk to so that you may receive it?
The Board of Education would be great. Okay. Yeah, and I just wondered in terms of what kind of meetings you had with teachers who have experienced or knowledge in this area. And I just don't agree with some of the language in this, so I just don't think it should be rushed.
Thank you for your feedback. Are there any other questions for members of the board?
Okay, so what is the desire of the board here?
I would like for this to come back up again at the, to see if the language can be maybe reviewed and edited to some of, or at least provide an explanation for some of the questions that were asked today. I mean, is everybody else comfortable voting on this today? I'm not, and I just don't think it's enough information.
Yeah, Dr. Siebert.
No, I certainly understand and support the desire for us to establish a high level of rigor. Having taught in an IB school, having been assistant principal of and superintendent for an IB school, I hold the IB program at standards in very high regard. There are both the internal and the external assessments that occur. So I have no concern about the rigor of International Baccalaureate Computer Science.
Right. No, it did. HL, computer science, definitely seemed this just didn't make any, and I understand that there are internal and external assessments. It just didn't make any reference to whether those assessments would be counted in any way, which I think they should. If you're counting the AP assessment, why not IB as well?
Mr. President,
Yes.
may I suggest, this is on final review, that if we go forward on final review today, the department can follow up with Ms. Duda as to the issues she's raised, and we can come back. Guidelines are easy enough to revise again in the future. For instance, if there's something we should adjust with respect to the AP classes. So with that said, I think if we're ready to go forward on final review, I'd be prepared to offer a motion that we proceed and accept the guidelines on final review today.
Ms. Tennessee?
President Gecker, to address the concerns that have been brought up by the board, perhaps we can, you all can make a decision regarding the science and the laboratory science and the mathematics credit component, since a lot of the questions have been pertaining to the career and technical education section of the document. That is just a recommendation of consideration.
Let me ask you, what's gained by splitting it?
We would like for this to go into effect immediately for students who are currently enrolled in IB Computer Science for this upcoming school year.
That was actually, Mr. President, anticipated my question, which is the same one as earlier. So if we were to delay, what would the practical effect be on kids and educators?
The likelihood, if we were to go into effect immediately, the CTE component does have a sequential element to it with the sequence of the 2 computer science courses that they would take. So I don't see that this would cause too much of a distraction or deter for those who are currently like seniors in the course. And it can be retroactive for students who may take it this year who were a junior and then take another course that still provides the CTE sequence requirement.
But even for CTE though, can they be more equitable for the AP and IP to have an assessment for IB as well?
And that is my request for perhaps the board to vote on the first 2 parts of this document and to hold the other part for career and technical education for additional review and your crosswalk. So additional review with CTE regarding the cut score, so the score that students would need to pass for the IB course. And so that is my request and just suggestion to the board.
Any of the board members have comments? Okay, is there a motion of any type?
I'll move, just for purposes of moving along, I will move that we accept for final review the item D guidelines.
Okay,
Second.
We have a motion to accept all of it, I take it. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
So sorry, is this
Aye.
not splitting it? Not splitting it?
The motion was not to split it, yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. Let's try this again. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Mr. Hanson? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm sorry about that. All right, so that motion carries. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, item E, final review of updates to board-approved courses to satisfy graduation requirements for the standard advanced studies and modified standard diplomas in Virginia Public Schools. Dr. Albin.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, President Gecker, Vice President Mann, members of the board, Superintendent Balo, and a special welcome to the new board members. Before I begin, Ms. Dutta, we will certainly make a point to provide you with all of the information you've requested on the last item regardless. My name is Brendan Albon, and I am the Director of the Office of STEM and Innovation here at the Department of Education. I'm proud to share with you today for final review the proposed guidelines to the Board of Education approved courses to satisfy graduation requirements for the standard, advanced studies, and modified standard diplomas in Virginia public schools. The board approved courses document includes a list of courses within STEM fields and humanities content areas, which are already approved by the Board of Education for the conferring of credits for high school graduation in Virginia. It includes information for students and parents to see the list of options which may be available within their Virginia public school, information for receiving school divisions and institutions of higher education about courses that students have completed, including the School Course for Education data, known as SCED code, and information about SOL assessments that are associated for Virginia courses. On June 15th of 2022, the proposed board-approved courses document was presented to you for first review. At this time, no comments have been received since first review. Some of the updates to the November 2020 document include an update to the title of the document, which refers to the Modified Standard Diploma, and removing content specific to students who have aged out of Virginia public schools. We have updated for accuracy SCED codes used to identify courses in which students are currently enrolled. We have added a section which includes the awarding of credit in English. We have added data science and mathematics, which the board approved as a mathematics course on March 17th of this year. We have added international baccalaureate courses in all core areas to comport with de facto approvals. Clarifications and updates have been made in language regarding state and federal testing and state graduation requirements. Unnecessary and outdated content have been removed, and accuracy, readability, and formatting has been improved. Please note that this document serves as a corollary to the Computer Science Graduation Board Item D approved just a few moments ago, which includes IB Computer Science for Mathematics and Science graduation credits, along with CTE. So therefore, I will ask that if the board approves today, that we will have approval to add that to add IB Computer Science to the mathematics and the science areas. These updates are necessary to ensure that school divisions have appropriate notation of course enrollments in the master schedule collection, and the appropriate credits are used to satisfy graduation credits, as well as to answer questions, to clarify answers to common questions. Therefore, the Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the Board of Education approve the proposed updates to the Board of Education courses to satisfy graduation requirements for the standard, advanced studies, and modified standard diplomas in Virginia public schools for final review. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alvin. Are there any questions?
Yeah, and if I may just refer to, since Dr. Alban, you mentioned about the previous course, the previous item, Keisha did say that she's going to edit it to have an HL, right? IBHL?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the course that you approved would be the course that would go into the document.
And it's the HL
Yes,
version,
ma'am.
even for the prior one.
That is correct.
So for some of these, like IB, chemistry and physics, do they also have an HL and SL distinctions? And if so, which ones are we talking about here?
Be glad to jump there because I need to make sure that I answer accurately. Yes, they are HL courses.
Would you be able to please add that here? Because it's not mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
And I did have some other questions. So the application and interpretation, IB mathematics, looked at the SL and the HL. SL focuses about half of the HL time on algebra, less than half of HL in geometry and trigonometry. It has about 60% of the total instructional time of HL. Yet it is classified as above Algebra 2. That just does not make sense to me. How can this be included as a course above the level of Algebra 2 when this focuses so little time on algebra. The Algebra 1, Algebra 2, if this were approved, if this were included as a course above Algebra 1, I'd be all for it. But to include it as a course above Algebra 2, both of these SLs, which is either the application and interpretation or analysis and approach, both the SL do not belong above the Algebra 2. The third point, so, I mean, yeah, the SL has some calculus, but it doesn't even delve into like addition or subtraction of like algebraic fractions or rational coefficients. How can it be classified as above Algebra 2? It just does not make sense to me.
Certainly. If I may allay to some of your questions, as we take a look at graduation credits in mathematics in Virginia, we do build up through a vast range of mathematics skills from kindergarten all the way up. Now, as we get into the middle school years, there's a strong focus on preparing students for algebra, and it almost becomes a bottleneck. But once we get through those courses of Algebra 1 geometry and Algebra 2, then the courses do become a lot more diversified with regards to the actual content taught. You may have a course such as trigonometry, or there are other courses that may specifically be light in algebra skills, but they are very rigorous mathematics courses. So when we talk about what is at or above the level of Algebra 2, we're not talking about how much Algebra 2 content does it have. We speak about the rigor related to that particular content itself.
But if, like I mentioned, if algebra, in order to qualify or to be able to do Algebra 2, you need to be able to do, certain calculations on an algebraic rational equations, which the SL, both of these SL, I think do not belong above the level of Algebra 2. The other point is that I spoke with some data scientists, and this is about the data science. It's great. I love the course. It's got a lot to do with, data planning, management, data ingesting, visualization, data processing. But I just don't think this belongs in the math. In the computer science, yeah, and I just don't think that it belongs. Do you have any comments on that for data science?
Certainly, there are many STEM areas that data science does touch on. You are correct that it folds very nicely with computer science, but it is more homed far better in terms of mathematics, because it builds on many of the probability and statistics skills.
Okay.
And it does align more with that content than going directly into programming. There is a strand within the data science course itself where the students do get to touch some programming using some applications, but the whole course doesn't fall under computer
only
science.
when you get to very more mathematical computations or modeling. But I mean, my child also took research statistics, but all of that really should be above the level of Algebra 1, not above the level of Algebra 2 is all I'm saying. It doesn't belong above Algebra 2, it belongs above Algebra 1. And so I would like to know what you think about that, if you think you would want to maybe go back and review that and look at it again. And I did also have a final question. The one of the footnotes below the math section, I think, talks about SOL test for Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, and it has the word test replaced with assessment and the word required replaced by needed. Could you explain that?
So we've been speaking about assessments in standards of learning to assess learning rather than just to test students per se. And the word assessment is actually more common with what is appropriate. We're assessing a level of learning rather than just a test. So the word test is actually perhaps inappropriate than what is more appropriate, being assessment. And needed there, where it's the needed, it just provides for a clarity is that this assessment will be administered when needed to meet verified credits. So when a student needs to meet those verified credits, you have to understand that with different diploma types, there are different numbers of verified credits that need to be reached. For example, a student might only need one verified credit in order to get a standard diploma. It doesn't mean that if they take geometry, it doesn't mean they're required to take that geometry assessment. They would take it if it's needed in order to graduate.
So would the assessments be also just like internal assessment, but not a test or an exam?
No, this is the end of course assessment that aligns to each of those SOL content courses that we have established in Virginia.
Okay. So
If I may, could I go back just on another broader idea? When we speak about at or above the level of Algebra 2, what we're really looking for is we're looking for students to ensure that when they get a graduation, to get an advanced studies graduation point, that they are able to work at a level of rigor that is at or above the level of Algebra 2. Not necessarily treating it like a scale where we're going to say, here's Algebra 2 and then everything is above that level. So when we take a look at something like data science was very intentionally and deliberately designed to be a rigorous course. Now the content might be different to the Algebra 2 content, but the rigor level of it is at about the same level as Algebra 2. Another question, just going back a little bit ago with regard to the application and interpretation, IB courses, is that Algebra 2 is a prerequisite for students to take those courses. The completion of Algebra 2 is a prerequisite for students to take those courses.
all of those, all of the 4 that were added?
Yes, those application and
5?
interpretation courses, the standard level courses.
Standard, not the higher level.
Yes.
So the 2 standard level and also data science or not?
No, data science can be taken without Algebra 2, but we do more or less, it is at the same rigor level as Algebra 2, but Algebra 2 is not a prerequisite to take data science.
I would beg to differ on the rigorousness of the data science. Just having looked through all the curriculum, I just don't think it's at the same level of Algebra 2, but I was just wondering if you would consider moving that above 1, not 2, data science.
Certainly, we would be able to entertain any request that the board does have, but just our thinking at the time about having it at or above the level of Algebra 2 is, for us, it had to do with graduation requirements. Previous version of this document did not have that bolded portion that says courses at or above the level of Algebra 2. The purpose for that was to help guide school divisions to know which courses would include. If a student is going to get an advanced studies diploma, then they really should have from this list of courses at least one of those.
Dr. Siebert.
Mr. President, if I might maybe offer peace of mind to a colleague and also ask a clarifying question.
Yes, sir.
Again, my experience is dated, but indeed, IB curriculum exists for juniors and seniors. Therefore, prerequisites of Algebra 2, geometry, even trig before beginning the IB maths is very common. So I don't have any concern about the at or above piece on that. The question earlier, though, was about specifying HL, higher level. My concern there, again, and this is dated, so I know enough to ask a question, but maybe not enough to be close to right, that if, like biology is, to be higher level in biology, it's a 2-year course to be higher level biology. However, chemistry, SL, is usually a 1-year course. So I'm not sure about applying the HL to all the courses, because I think that in the sciences, there's some distinction there. So again, that may no longer be the case, but that was my understanding at one time.
I would have to find out more on that for you, sir.
I'd be reluctant to add the HL requirement when it may not apply to all the sciences. Maybe now it does.
That is correct, yeah.
Mr. Rotherham.
So I have an observation I'm pretty sure about, and then a question that I'm not. My observation is I'm pretty sure Ms. Dutta has, since she woke up this morning, forgotten more about these courses than I know. So I come with that, and that begs the question. When we talk about rigor's one of those things like beauty, right? It's in the eye of the beholder often. So could you just talk, and this may be also to put people at ease, like how are you actually determining that level of what we say this course is equal to in rigor or greater? Like how are we actually like deciding that?
Well, there is much built into what we would consider rigor. If we were to take a look at data science, much of that content is new, which means that gap of time in order to jump into brand new information is going to be. The outcomes of what students have to do is a lot more vast. Students have to be able to demonstrate mastery by actually doing things rather than just taking a test or being able to answer something. They have to be able to demonstrate that they've been able to learn the skills and then be able to apply them. The levels of mathematics, something very important to remember is that this course was designed in such a way that it could be a full year course, or it could be a half-year course that is combined with another course. For example, a very good example would be probability and statistics, which is another one. So it really works very nicely when it's a condensed course for your high-speed, your high-track students. But in terms of the students who are doing it within a full year's time, they might need that full year in order to get that fourth math. But there is a huge leap for them in terms of new content and new expectations of output. Added to which, just to be mindful that this content wasn't necessarily dreamed up by any of us or even a textbook company. The data science course itself was developed particularly aligned to data analytics and data science programs that already do exist in higher ed institutes. We worked with both UVA and George Mason University to take the components of their course and to say what would be relevant and appropriate to bridge back to high school so that students could take that which they know in high school and be ready to move into data analytics at the university level. So these concepts, they weren't just something made up. It is based on higher ed skills specifically.
All right. We may have exhausted this one. Where are we as a board?
So did you say you were going to go back and check on the HL for some of the IB sciences?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I guess the usual question, if this is not approved today, what's the downside?
It is that time of year where schools are scheduling students into classes and they are looking to ensure that they have appropriate.
Correct.
So these courses are all previously approved by the board, but what this document does is it provides a framework and a map for school divisions to be able to look at to say, yes, this is a Virginia credit. If it's not on the list, then I got to call someone at the DOE, and the answer is probably no. With this being fresh out there are a whole lot of answered questions. In terms of IB, for example, not previously having been there, I, like Dr. Siebert, spent a lot of time out in the western half of the state where IB was never really considered because it wasn't perhaps done that often, whereas in certain other parts of the state, hey, you're doing IB, you mean that counts? Oh, let me check. Yes, there was a superintendent's memo or there was something else. Putting a lot of these courses into this document makes it very clear for every school division in Virginia to know what courses would earn students high school graduation credit. And it would also communicate to families what courses my child can take in order to get a high school diploma. The current document that we do have is outdated. What this does is it provides that at this time where schools will be preparing their master schedule collection soon.
Mr. President, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Alban, am I correct? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding this very basic question, but that this document is simply an updated summary of decisions we have already made about what courses qualify and for what requirements, or are we making decisions on any of these courses as part of approving this document?
Very good question. Thank you, Ms. Holton. Apart from IB Computer Science, these are all courses that have previously been approved by the Board of Education for graduation credit.
So this document is really, other than the IB issue that we addressed in prior items, this document is really just updating an explanatory document that helps parents and students and counselors, et cetera, understand what we've already done, made decisions about in previous regulatory actions and other actions.
Yes, ma'am.
In
Thank
which
you.
case, why isn't this a superintendent's memo as opposed to a board action?
Well, I believe in things such as the data science course, for example.
So
and I
for
can
the
only
one
speak-
additional course is why it's here? You said there was one course that were.
Oh, that would be the IB Computer Science
Right.
that we
Okay,
just.
so is that why it's here instead of being, sort of a soups memo saying, here's a new summary for you folks of prior actions?
The existing document that the board has approved out as a board-approved courses document is outdated. So we wanted to be able to put out an updated board-approved document.
And
I
so
wouldn't want to put that out without your approval.
there are these 5 above algebra, right? That's algebra 2. Those are the 5 that are new, which I'm not happy about the 2 SLs. And I hate saying no so many times. I'm just not happy about those 2 SLs being added above the algebra 2. Other than that, I mean, I'll take your word for it on the data science, even though I think it ranks between algebra 1 and algebra 2.
Yes, ma'am.
President Gecker, we just wanted to make sure it was clear that this is a current guidance document that's posted by the board under its approval on the town hall website, town hall. So the thought was that because it's currently listed as a guidance document, it should come back to the board to continue in that format.
Okay, even though we're breaking very little new ground here.
Correct. It's an update like we would normally do for any of our
That's
other
fine.
guidance documents. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Once again, is there a motion on behalf of the board or no motion on behalf of the board?
I would move that we accept the item on final review pursuant to the superintendent's recommendation. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, Dr. Albin, item F.
May I grab some water?
Sure. And does your time spent in the western part of the state explain your accent or what?
If I need to, I can do that, sir. All right, change of streams. So item F, President Gecker, Vice President Mann, members of the board, Superintendent Balo. I am joined by our health and physical education specialist, Dr. Danny Olmerode, and we are delighted to present to you today for final review the proposed physical education standards of learning curriculum framework. On June 15th, the proposed curriculum framework was presented to you for first review. At this time, no comments have been received. The proposed curriculum framework serves as a companion document for the 2022 Physical Education Standards of Learning, which the board has already approved and adopted in March 17th, 2022. The review of the 2015 Physical Education Standards of Learning curriculum framework was done in collaboration with K-12 physical education educators, higher education faculty, curriculum specialists, and other stakeholders. The review included adding the board-adopted revisions to the 2022 Physical Education Standards and changing the layout of the proposed curriculum framework to mirror the 2-column structure of the recently approved curriculum framework for the Health Education Standards of Learning. The 2022 curriculum framework is divided into elements that include essential understandings and the essential knowledge and skills that students need to achieve and maintain lifelong health and wellness. To facilitate bringing the transition to the new format, the broadening the scope of the proposed 2022 curriculum framework, A dynamic technical assistance document that mirrors the 2015 curriculum format will be maintained and periodically updated within the 7-year review cycle to reflect emerging best practices. The 2022 curriculum framework is organized into strands that provide clarity for learning, expectations, and scaffold skill acquisition for motor skill development, anatomical basis of movement, physical planning, and energy balance. The goals of the proposed curriculum framework are to assist teachers in providing students with the knowledge and skills necessary to develop and apply a range of skills needed to improve health and to prevent and control chronic diseases, to engage in home, school, and community engagement that projects and enhances physical and mental health, to explore a variety of physical education-related career opportunities in health science, human anatomy, physiology, sport and exercise science, education, biomechanics, coaching, fitness, and community health management, to acquire workplace skills and to practice effective communication, self-management, stress management, and collaboration skills. Therefore, the Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends the board receive for final review the proposed revisions to the 2015 Physical Education Standards of Learning Curriculum Framework. Thank you.
I do have a question about this social and emotional development. Could you elaborate on that?
So within physical education, as you know, there are opportunities for students to be involved in games and to participate, and also for teamwork activities. And a lot of that is seen as building into those social and emotional goals. I do have Dr. Olmerode, who's more intimate with this than me. If you want to jump in, feel free.
Sure. We actually, in the 2015 physical education SOLs, we did have this strand, but it was social development. And so there was the edit in this 2022 that was SOLs that was approved, adding and emotional. So social and emotional learning. There is a lot of research that supports the integration of physical movement, physical fitness with social and emotional health. And that is one of the components that is just as important as developing motor skills, being able to plan fitness programs for later in life, as well as learning about energy balance in versus out.
What are the details? I mean, I just say critical and creative thinking. So what is included in the social and emotional development?
So the social and emotional strand is scaffolded from kindergarten all the way up to through the elective courses that we offer as well. We focus on rules, primarily also safety. I'm not sure if you all have been in a gymnasium with 30 5-year-olds in a kindergarten class, but safety definitely needs to be first and foremost a part of that learning. We also are the first state to include the scaffolding of inclusion from first grade all the way up as well. The inclusion of skill abilities, and then not just including adapted physical education students in our class, but being able to understand inclusion as a whole.
Could you elaborate on that? What does inclusion of skill ability mean?
So just as in a classroom, you are going to have varying skill levels in a physical education. You're going to have those who have participated in youth sports their entire lives. You are going to have those who prefer not to play team sports. So there are different interests there. So there is a wide array of of what you will see in a physical education gymnasium, also including students in wheelchairs.
So is this all, this terminology is all I'm getting at, where is this all geared towards like sports or physical activity, or is it a different, there are different other components to it?
It's actually just stated throughout the document. It is just the term inclusion without any defining factor.
Okay, I mean, yeah, it's just such a open to interpretation inclusion. I just don't know what that, it would be great to have.
I might
Clarity
just
on-
provide a little bit of context for that. In a curriculum framework, the interpretation of inclusion would be much more narrow than it would be in another context. So we're really inside of an education-ish document like a curriculum framework. Inclusion is specifically different skill levels, and specifically, it relates to IDEA, FAPE, and the way that we have created least restrictive environments for our special education students to include them in academic and physical activities during the school day. So in this context, I can tell you I'm really comfortable with using the word inclusion within the curriculum framework, and I feel like it's not too open for interpretation.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Any other comments or questions? If not, is there a motion?
I'll move.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Hammond.
moved.
I'm sorry, there was a second from somewhere?
Dr. Mann.
Dr. Mann, thank you, Tammy. All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, I don't know about y'all, I need about a 10-minute break. We've gone on and we've still got a bunch to do, including the executive session. So thank you all for your work, and we'll be back at 3:40. Hello, virtual folk. Yeah. All right. Item G, first review of proposed revised 2022 History and Social Science Standards of Learning. Christania, I guess I should call you Miss Brown, excuse me.
Christania is
Christiana's
fine.
okay. I think, it's sort of you think of different people differently mentally. With you, I always think Christania, but I should be more formal at the meeting, so.
That is perfectly fine. Good afternoon, President Gecker, Vice President Mann. A hearty welcome to our new board members. Thank you so much. And Superintendent Balo. It is my honor to present to you today for first review the proposed revised History and Social Science Standards of Learning. Before I get started, I really would like to take this time to introduce you to our team. Sitting directly to my left is Mrs. Brandy McCracken. She is our elementary specialist. And next to her is Andrea Emerson. She is our secondary specialist. And then next to her is the leader of this ragtag group, Dr. Christine Harris. Acknowledging, thank you so much, Christine, for the support and contributions and guidance that you've provided to us. I also would like to acknowledge Dr. Shelley Loving-Ryder, Assistant Superintendent of Student Assessment, Accountability, and ESSA programs, and specifically to assessment staff members, Holly Cook, Chris Teixeira, and Adam Bennett. They worked with us during the review, demonstrating a true partnership between instruction and assessment during this review. I also truly appreciate the active role that Superintendent Balo and leadership have taken to contribute to the standards development process by creating the new community roundtable engagement sessions that we hope to begin soon. I think you'll find that this presentation today will echo the sentiments just delivered by Governor Youngkin that we should teach all our history in Virginia, the good and the bad, the amazing progress that we have made in this country, the times that we have failed also. The History and Social Science program at the Virginia Department of Education has taken very seriously an intentional approach to the review process. Most importantly, I would like to acknowledge the hard work, concerted efforts, and valuable contributions of the committees who contributed to this process, including the teachers, the content supervisors, student representatives, historians, college professors, museum educators, leaders and representatives of various commissions, parent and business advisory groups, and cultural organizations. Through their volunteering of their time and committing to serve on the History and Social Science Standards of Learning review committees, educators, and external, the History and Social Science program was able to gain input from institutions of higher education, professional organizations, and others, and with an interest in history and social science in all 8 superintendents' regions across the Commonwealth. Additionally, I want to acknowledge the community at large for submitting over 5,000 public comments for the committees to consider and begin this journey. So that's my introduction. Let's get started. Just to give you a brief overview of what we are going to go through today. We'll talk a little bit about the standards of learning themselves, the review and revision process, the public comments briefly that we collected, the review committees that we established to go through and develop the document, developing the standards document, the progression of the curriculum framework. And I know that you've had other items today where the curriculum framework has been discussed. So I want to give you, no pun intended, a history of the History and Social Science curriculum framework. And then what we went through to review and revise the content and our expected next steps. Although this is no news to you, this is the Code of Virginia that basically establishes that the standards of learning belong to the Board of Education. I bring this slide up because this is something that we have in every presentation for our review committees, and any time that we provide professional development to teachers, we let them know that the document that we are developing is being developed and proposed by the Department of Education, but the Board of Education has the last say in that document. And then lastly, that second paragraph goes towards the definition, which is stated in code, of diversity. And that is one that we used as we were developing this document. The next slide basically goes into the instructional program of a school division. They are to create an instructional program, K-12, that is aligned to the standards of learning. So I bring this up because many times this is going to go right into our vision, go into the goals of the review. As we are developing standards for your eventual approval, it is up to the local school division to develop their local curriculum that is aligned to those standards. So our vision, as we started this journey back in really before January 2021, we had a vision. We brought together some teams of division level specialists to talk about history and social science education in the Commonwealth. Where would we like that to go? What would we like to see? And I'm not going to read this to you, but one of the big things that came out of those discussions with those practitioners was that we want to value history and social science as more than just content that we memorize, but content that our students can do something with for post-high school success. And I really like what we have here in a sense that the standards are more than just passing a test. We're looking at the standards, one, to honor our collective history, really taking into account that no single narrative is going to be enough. We really need to look at those multiple perspectives, make informed decisions and take informed action. Lastly, because students have that information, they have that content, they are able to respond and engage in ways that benefit our communities, our state, our nation, our world. So with that vision, we set goals. And goals for this particular review and revision, first off, was to really look at those diverse stories that contribute to our history, whether that is American history or world history, whether we are talking about history or the other social sciences, such as civics, economics, and geography. During the 2015 review, we did a lot of work to build up the social science skills. We noticed that our other disciplines had a skills progression chart where skills were introduced early learning and then progressed throughout up until graduation. We wanted something like that. Up until 2015, we had skills, but they were kind of all over the place. So what we wanted to do was to streamline that. During this review, we wanted to continue that. We've had a lot of success with teachers recognizing that skill development is just as important in history and social science. Next, over the past few years, there has been a lot of research dealing with inquiry-based practices. And so we wanted to look at this document as more than something where students memorize a list of facts. What can we do to help them understand and apply the content that they are learning? And then lastly, based on recommendations from various commissions, we decided to introduce concepts and themes. And that would be something that could be introduced to kindergartners, but really look at the content that is umbrellaed under certain themes. The development of this document, holding true to our goals for the review and the revision, we wanted to make sure that we kept in mind the profile of the Virginia graduate. Hopefully you will be able to see throughout the document opportunities for content knowledge, workplace skills, community and civic responsibility or engagement, and career planning. also holding to our goals of the review and revision. The 5 Cs were approved by the board slightly right after the approval of the 2015 standards. So we did not specifically have them in the 2015 standards, but through our history and social science skills, we were able to point towards all 5 Cs. We wanted to continue that during this process. So the standards of learning. The standards are basically define or describe the expectations for student learning and achievement in grades K through 12, and all of our disciplines are listed there. But standards versus instruction, and this is many times something that we try to make sure that our students, our teachers understand as we are building our standards. The standards are used by school divisions to design their local core instructional program known as Tier 1. The Tier 1 is implementing well-researched programs and practices that have produced good outcomes for students. And we got this language from the Virginia Tiered System of Support, which is provided to us through the Office of Special Education. Continuing on, looking at standards versus instruction, the work that we were doing during this review and revision of the standards is not towards developing a curriculum, but those broad statements as defined as standards. It is the local school division that makes the decisions about to meet the needs of specific students. So, keeping that in mind, we have standards versus instruction, standards versus a curriculum. And we are developing standards that are a statewide baseline. So no matter what, whether you are in Bristol, whether you are in Norfolk, whether you are in Danville, there's a baseline of expectations that students should know and be able to do by the conclusion of a course. Versus a curriculum where the instructional program should emphasize the development of students' abilities and the content that they are acquiring to apply to the standards. Standards, for us, vertically align and represent a goal or outcome of an educational program, whereas a curriculum, you'll see more appropriate accommodations for diverse populations of students and how to best support them so that they meet the goals of the standards. Standards, and this is something that we discuss with teachers all the time. Standards do not dictate lesson plan formats or unit plan formats. That is something that is taken care of within a curriculum based on the needs and goals of the local school division. Standards are statements that should be able of what students should be able to do and are not a narrative or an instructional or an assessment task. They do not set those. Whereas the curriculum will have many different resources that will highlight the pacing, that will highlight the full body of knowledge covered, that will highlight the assessment models used. So let's talk a little bit about the review and revision process. This is something different. We have always had, we've had standards since basically 1995, and in 2001 moved towards developing a curriculum framework for history and social science. Prior to presenting the timeline to the board, we were advised and or directed that we needed to develop one document, and that one document we needed to review and revise the curriculum framework and standards at the same time. So keeping that in mind, we did go ahead and present our timeline to the board in January of 2021. And since then, moved towards collecting public comments, meeting with review committees, and here we are at first review. What I'd like to do is to talk to you a little bit about the public comments first, and then we'll go through the different committees and what those committees were responsible for doing when we met with them. So our public comment, and there's a chart there. We collected these public comments through a Google form. So each individual, if you wanted to complete more than one Google form, you had that every right to do, fill out as many as you liked to do. What you see in the second column, Google Forms submitted, that's the number of forms per course, but within each form, you could make more than one comment. So let's say that you were commenting on the kindergarten course, you might want to comment on K.1, K.3, K.7. So that's all on one form, but there's 3 comments per form. This was a record for us during the 2015 review of the standards. We collected a little bit less than 2,000 comments from beginning to end. So we kind of superseded that during the first public comment section. So our review committees, we started out, like I said earlier, with our practitioner steering committee. And we call them the practitioner steering committee because, number one, they're either content specialists or coordinators at the division level for a school division, and their main responsibility is history and social science instruction, instructional delivery, supervising teachers. Many of these practitioners have a K-12 perspective and are able to help us with that vertical articulation of content and skills. Our historian committee, we invited 6 historians. I don't want to say just historians. We had 3 historians, 1 to deal with world history, 2 to deal with American history, and then we had a political scientist, an economist, and a geographer. And what we pulled them together to do was to look at our curriculum framework and the content of not only our framework, but also our standards, and give us some initial feedback. Where do you see that we may have gaps? What would you suggest when we're talking about consistency in language? Where do you see that we may want to kind of consolidate content? One of the biggest complaints that we have from many teachers is that there's a lot of content for us to cover in just 180 days. Next, we met with, for the first time, an external student advisory group. And I really enjoyed meeting with this group. We had representatives from all 8 superintendents' regions, but they were selected by a regional superintendent, 2 students per region. We met with them over Zoom and really had a discussion with them about their K-12 social studies experience. And by the end of the first meeting, one of the students said to us, you know, I really don't feel comfortable being the representative voice for all of the 1.2 million students in public school in the Commonwealth. How can we do something different? And what they collectively came up with was a survey. And they developed questions for the student survey. They sent them to me. We put them in a Google form, and they sent out that link. And it wasn't as many students as they wanted to collect data from, but it did give a good sense that we could probably do some more with this. So that external student advisory committee, we met with them twice. The first time was just to discuss their personal K-12 experience. And then the second time, we kind of discussed the data that we received. And I have a little bit more about that further in the presentation. Our next group was our education committee, and this was made up of educators from across the Commonwealth. They applied for this position, and they were outstanding in a sense that when we met with them virtually over Zoom, we met with them for 2 weeks. Many of them, we asked that they commit to about 4 days on Zoom all day, but they were so very interested in doing this work that many times it went beyond 4 days with some of our education committees. Our next group was our external museums and organizations group. The last time during the 2015 review, we had an external committee, but it was one committee made up of historians, college professors, and museums and organizations. And there were about 35 of those there. This time we decided to split that group into two different committees so that we could bring in more museums and more organizations. I believe that in a previous presentation, we had a listing of those museums and organizations. And I have my cheat sheet here, so if there are any questions about that a little bit later on. And our next group was our external historians and professors. Based on our document, there are major topics that we have K-12. For example, you're going to learn about the Civil War in Virginia Studies, US 1, and Virginia and US History, and slightly mention in World History 1500 to the present. Suffice it to say, we needed an expert on the Civil War. So we contacted, of course, the American Civil War Museum and others that have an expertise in the Civil War. And I believe one of those people was Dr. Edward Ayers, who gave you public comment today. Next, we had our external parent advisory and CTE business leader committee. This group we came to after our new leadership came in. It was a suggestion from Superintendent Balo that we reach out to parents, and we started with the Virginia PTA, and then we reached out to the CTE and the business leader community. The next is a chart that gives you basically a listing of all of our different committees, how many people were invited, and again, outside of our educators, this was basically volunteer. And this is the number of people that we had to actually commit to working with us to review and revise the standards. Our next slide, I wanted to give you a visual of the location of the members on our different committees. This first one is our practitioner and our educators committee. The educators committee and practitioners committee, they worked very well together and worked very closely when it came time to that first stage of the review and revision. The next, added to that, we have our museums, organizations, professors, and historians. And then lastly, Virginia PTA Advisory, CTE, and our business leaders. I spoke earlier about the Student Advisory Committee. We met with them in May of 2021. And again, they developed questions for a survey. There was a 25-question survey that they put together. And what I've done, your next slide, this is a slide that I thought was very interesting. We put out, well, the students came up with this question: in your school experience, which of the following topics do you feel are overtaught or overemphasized? And again, you can't teach U.S. history without teaching the Civil War. Almost any of the wars that we've been involved in. And so we had a discussion about this particular question, and I asked, what is it that you feel like we can do differently, especially when it comes to the standards document, when we're writing standards? And a couple of students said, it's not so much, we know that we have to learn the Civil War each time we're in a U.S. history course, but we're learning the same thing. What I learned in Virginia Studies is not much different from what I'm learning in Virginia and U.S. history. Some of the same people, we're doing some of the same things. It might be at a higher level, and the words may be longer, but it's the same thing. That was like a light bulb for me. I've taught this content, and really, mostly at the secondary level, and until I went to the central office, I really didn't know what was going on in Virginia Studies. So to have students tell me this was an eye-opener, and it really helped when we went to our educators committee meetings. I wanted to give you a graphic of the number of educators and practitioners that we have working with us when we were reviewing and revising the standards. And you can see from every region from where they came. We met with the Educators Committee again, July 12th through July 23rd for 2 weeks. But before they came to us, we, of course, as teachers, we gave them homework. So there was some pre-reading that we really wanted them to do so that they had an understanding of what the task before them was going to be. First, we asked that they review some national documents. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the C3 framework, but it's the document put out by the National Council of the Social Studies, and it is a framework for what states can use to build their own standards. Another document that just recently came out was the Educating for an American Democracy document. That came out. It too is a roadmap or a framework for developing state standards. That document was released in March of 2021. You can tell by the list that we really looked at the national standards for our 4 strands: history, civics, economics, and geography. Another thing that we did for our educators for this committee, we prepared for them what we call a landing page. Everything that they would need was linked in a customized page for them for this review. This was done all virtually, and we had the opportunity to use Zoom and breakout rooms, and they had everything that they needed on these pages. And I do apologize. I believe in the first presentation that you had, some of these were hot links and some of them were screenshots. So again, I apologize for that. But if you would like to have access to them all, I have no problem providing them for you. They were also provided with all of the public comments based on the grade level or course that they were there to review. This next slide is an example of how they were able to access those public comments. This is the same thing that you see as attachments B3 through 14 on the board docs. So what you received as far as public comment, that's exactly what our Educators Committee received. Once you click on that link, this is the type of slide that would come up for them. They were able to read all of the comments, public comments for their particular course. So the next thing that we wanted the Educators Committee to do was to take the curriculum framework. The curriculum framework is made up of not only the standard, but also the understandings and the essential knowledge. We wanted them to go through and read the public comments, read this curriculum framework document, discuss it as a group, come to a consensus of any changes based on the public comment and their experience as a teacher for changes. For any type of change that they made, we asked that they were to complete a rationale form. This helps us track any of the changes and why a committee decided to make a change to the content. Our program has collected all of these different comments. So again, having access to them, we know the course, the change that was made, and the rationale that was proposed for that change. From there, the document moved from our Educators Committee, moved to our museums and organizations. And much like our Educators Committee, our museums and organizations too were provided a landing page. We invited museums and organizations to come based on their area of focus or area of expertise. This slide is an example of the strike-through proposed revisions from the Educators Committee, comments made by an organization or a museum. making comments on what the educators were proposing. From there, the document then moved from the museums and museums and organizations to our historians and professors. And again, like our museums and organizations, they were able to have a customized landing page with everything that they needed. They would make comments into their own strike-through document and provide us with feedback. The difference between the museums and organizations and the professors were able to see everyone's input. So they could comment on what our museums gave us, because many times museums and organizations, they have their areas of focus, but it may not always be historically accurate, or it's coming from their perspective or lived experience. So from there, we have museums, organizations, educators, and now our professors have provided input for us. Everyone had access to the public comments. That was something that if they requested, we had no problem giving it to them, but they had so much that they had to look through. We didn't want to overwhelm them. We did have some museums and organizations, and we did have some professors that requested access to those public comments for what they were providing input on. This next slide, our team worked to make sure that we were able to track everyone's coming and goings for 2 weeks at a time, sometimes 3. We had different professors coming into the Zoom meeting rooms because they were doing this voluntarily in between teaching their classes. So we were able to track and make sure that we had feedback and input on our entire document. From there, our document moved from our historians back to our practitioners committee. And we brought it back to this group because we needed for them to work with us to reconcile the document. We have input from so many different committees. This group, looking at content through a K-12 lens, they would be able to help us to reconcile the input that we got from everyone. From there, we were able to meet with a few parents and CTE and business leaders. Even though that was after we brought the document back to our practitioners, which was fun, we were still able to collect their comments and their input. And it was really valuable and helpful for us because, for example, our CTE advisory committee was able to give us some insight about the use of work-based readiness skills and how we could possibly incorporate it into our standards document. So we have gone through all of our committees, and now to look at combining it into a standards document. We had many discussions about what this document should look like. We had many discussions about how can this document best help school divisions with developing their local curriculum. We reconvened the practitioners committee in February of 2022 and met with them. Even though it says April there were a few committees that we needed to meet with during the month of May. In this new standards document, we knew that we wanted to make sure that we transferred the standard, of course, the substandard, the understandings, and what would this new structure look like? Well, we did a lot of research looking at inquiry practices, and one of the main components of inquiry practices are questions, compelling questions and supporting questions. So we thought each of our standards could have a big compelling question, or we renamed it an overarching question. And then to build up to that overarching question, present supporting questions that would help teachers with that content knowledge that we need to make sure that students have. So this next slide basically lets you see all of the different places the standards document traveled before we got to the structure that you have before you. So let's talk a little bit about developing this document. The development of the history and social science document, again, looking at the history of the standards document or the history of the curriculum framework. And again, standards in 1995 and our first curriculum framework really appearing on the scene in 2001. That document was basically established to help teachers with students taking the SOL assessment, multiple choice assessment. Back in the day, there was, for example, the standards themselves were very, very broad. And as a matter of fact, this particular standard looks at the impact of the geographic features, but I want to bring your attention to where it says major rivers. And you see that we're talking about the Atlantic Ocean, the Chesapeake Bay, and then major rivers, the fall line zone, and the Shenandoah Valley. But it does not list what those major rivers are. And in Virginia, you know that we have a lot of waterways. So in 2001, because that first round of SOL tests, teachers were very confused as to what rivers should I focus on. And by 2001, there was a resolution by this board, the Board of Ed, to develop a curriculum framework. That curriculum framework was a companion document to the standards. So the standards went a little further with the description. By 2001, we identified those rivers, those major rivers. VS.2C. The 2001 curriculum framework document in the essential knowledge column not only listed those rivers, but gave you 2 facts about each of those rivers. By 2008, we had another water feature that was added, same rivers, identifying and locating water features, and then the curriculum framework expanded the information for each river. What we found was happening here was that students were learning the rivers and they were memorizing the facts about those rivers, and then we moved on to the next. There was no real discussion or opportunity to really discuss the impact of those water features or the impact of those rivers on the people, the environment, the political or social development of a location. This has been the case with these details since 2001, leading up to our 2015 document. So in developing one single document, we had to consider, number one, we have received over 5,000 comments for the history and social science standards. Number two, we really wanted to think about incorporating inquiry-based practices, making sure that we stay true to the history and social science skills. Think about how we can infuse literacy into our standards and make STEM connections, and then really think about our workplace readiness skills. The reality of it all is that there has been, over the past 20 years, a greater focus on memorization and less of a focus of understanding the content and making connections. The reality is we need to have supports for educators to develop curriculum. Once you get past into regions 6, 7, and 8, you are least likely to have a history and social science coordinator at the division level. And many times the development of a curriculum is left up to teachers or a division level administrator that wears many, many, many hats. And then lastly, there are only 180 days of school. And we're talking about the history of the world, civics, economics, and geography in 13 years, 180 days at a time. It's a lot of content. So what did we change? Well, the first thing that we changed was we really relied upon our practitioners, our K-12 division level administrators. They worked with us to help combine this document. We really thought about what was in our front matter. And in our current standards document, we have a preface and we have an explanation of all of our different strands. We wanted to make sure that that front matter did more, provide more support for people who have to use this document, to provide more support to parents who pick up this document and wonder what is going on with these standards. What do teachers use to teach the standards? We wanted to make sure that there were literacy and work-based readiness skills infused in this document. We wanted to make sure that there were overarching questions and supporting questions. What better way to teach history and social science than through questioning, discovery, research, communication, reading, and writing? And lastly, in this new structure, we didn't want everything to change. We wanted to make sure that there was something familiar from the documents that we have currently to this new document to help teachers, communities transition to the new document. So this is what we added. We felt like there needed to be guiding principles for effective history and social science instruction. We went through with our themes and our concepts. The themes and concepts are basically from the National Council of the Social Studies and from the report from our African American History Education Commission. We're introducing inquiry-based practices. What does that mean? What does that look like? So we created an infographic that helps teachers understand the use of questions, sources, and tasks in instruction. Our skills progression chart. Our skills progression chart we've had since 2015, but we wanted to make sure that it was with the document. Previously, or currently right now, it's a link outside of the standards document. But we wanted to make sure that everyone understood that the skills are just as important as the content. So it has been placed inside of the document. Next, we had our course introductions, which basically tells you about the course, but we've added a section that goes through what students learned before they came to this particular course, what they're learning in this course, and what they should see after they leave this course. So if you are a second grader, your teacher knows what you should have been learning in first grade. They understand what you're going into for third grade. We also wanted to infuse into this section workplace readiness skills. Our new structure also proposes broader statements. So for this particular, going back to our rivers, for this particular standard, we did move the names of those major rivers because we really want people to connect with their local history. I live in the Tidewater area, and the Elizabeth River is not listed as one of the major rivers, but the Elizabeth River is very important to not only the history of Tidewater, but the present commercial, economic, social development of the Tidewater area. Another change. So with that broad statement or broader focus in the standard, one, to connect to local history, we also added the overarching statements or understandings. We brought that over as something familiar from the curriculum framework. We added supporting questions. At the K through Virginia Studies level, you're going to see more supporting questions than you will in our secondary courses. That is building that foundational knowledge through those supporting questions. Knowledge and learning experiences. Learning experiences is also something that we brought over from our curriculum frameworks. The 2015 curriculum frameworks, the first 10 pages of all of those frameworks have what we call learning experiences to help teachers understand how to build in or infuse the skills into their regular instruction. Combined with the content from that essential knowledge column out of our curriculum framework. So all of the content that you would previously have seen in that second column labeled essential knowledge is addressed either through the supporting questions and or the knowledge and learning experiences. And then lastly, in 2001, after the development of the curriculum framework, another document that was developed was the enhanced scope and sequence. The enhanced scope and sequence we pulled in 2017 because it was no longer aligned to the 2015 standards. But what was great about that document is that it provided not only the standards and resources, but it also gave opportunities for activities and sample assessments. So knowing that this is going to be a shift for our teachers, for our students, for our communities, we are going to be working on, especially once our standards are approved, we will be working on content sources and resources for teachers and communities to consider as they are teaching these standards. Using the enhanced scope and sequence as a model of what we used to have, we would like to provide teachers with the standards, activities, sample assessments. So again, although it looks different, what we've done is we've taken the standards document and expanded it. Everything that you would find in the section labeled essential knowledge from our curriculum framework, our 2015 curriculum framework, you will find in the supporting questions and the learning experiences. So how did we make the decisions during the review? The first thing that we consulted with were our public comments. This particular public comment is for Virginia Studies, and it is specifically looking at, again, the rivers. The Educators Committee considered all of those public comments, and what we've provided for you here is a rationale from our Educators Committee. Next, our external committee members gave us input also. What you're looking at now is their input based on that same standard, based on that same revision from our Educators Committee. When we pulled our Practitioners Committee back together to reconcile the document of all of the input, they looked at what the Educators Committee did as far as revisions, deletions, changes. And they helped us to develop supporting questions and our knowledge and learning experiences. But what about the content? We got lots of content, especially from our cultural organizations, that they provided on those strike-through documents. We collected all of that content and made decisions. How do we, one, either incorporate it into the new standards document, or two, develop a resource and or a necessary professional development? We know that there is content here that is going to be new to many teachers. We know that we're going to need to provide resources and professional development to build their content knowledge and capacity. Through collecting that data on this chart, we now have it so we know where we need to and who we need to connect with to provide those resources and content knowledge. This is an example of the enhanced curriculum map that is a, I guess, upgraded version of our enhanced curriculum, enhanced scope and sequence. This document, we hope that it will contain teacher guidance, connect overarching questions and supporting questions, go further into those learning experiences or disciplinary skills, and offer cross-curricula opportunities, whether it is a Virginia Studies teacher connecting not only Virginia Studies with fourth grade science, but also reading and math. Next, this is just another view of what we'd like to add to that document to provide support, especially for those school divisions that do not have division level administrators for history and social science. The document also considering the fact that we'll need to help them with professional development, providing our professional development listed not only in the document, but available as kind of like a living document on the DOE website. So the revision of the content, I promise you this is the second to the last section. The revision of the content, one of the first things that we wanted to look at is the language consistency. When I say language consistency, throughout our standards, throughout our previous curriculum frameworks, for example, we referenced Virginia Indians in 4 or 5 different ways, K-12. Virginia Indians, Native Americans, American Indian. And what we wanted to do is to make sure that we introduced terminology in kindergarten that it went all the way through our government courses. So consistency in terminology or language was very important. A heavier focus to make sure that we had opportunities for literacy connections. We have had a great focus on using a variety of information sources rather than heavy reliance upon a textbook. We wanted to also make sure that we provided opportunities for content and scaffolding. Changes to our skills progression chart. We've been very happy with the skills progression, and the only major change that we made to the skills progression chart was to add a skill of contextualization. K3. Our K3 focus at the beginning of all of our standards for kindergarten through 3rd grade, they are going to start with a civics focus. We had also the idea of really looking at that terminology or that concept of community and introducing it in kindergarten. And as a student moves from kindergarten through 3rd grade, they experience their community around them now, the state, the nation, the world, and being a member of each of those communities. Again, there's a greater number of supporting questions and learning experiences in K3 because it is building a foundation of content, knowledge, and skills. For Virginia Studies, I won't read all of this to you, but what we really wanted to do with Virginia Studies is to look at specifically developing a standard for Indigenous peoples. That's a big change that we made, a standard that not only looks at prior to European contact, but also looking at their lives today. We worked very closely with the Virginia Tribal Education Consortium. They were able to send a representative to work with us on the external committees, both the historian and the organizations. Our U.S. history middle school courses, we did the same thing, making sure that there was a specific standard dedicated to Indigenous peoples. Prior to colonial America, we expanded the focus on the development of the Constitution, having a greater focus on the documents used to develop the Constitution, and more opportunities to connect past and present. For our civics and economics course, the major revisions there, again, focused on the development of the Constitution and the documents involved. Mr. Gecker, I promise it's not much longer
good.
now.
We were
Also-
hoping you'd at least go till 5, Christania, so you're in good shape. We were hoping you'd at least go till 5, so we're in good shape.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah.
So with civics and economics, another thing that we wanted to focus on was civic engagement. We've received a lot of comments over the 7 years that there's a great emphasis on voting and voter turnout and making sure students understand the branches of government. But we've gotten comments about local history, local and state civics and government, but also really thinking about civic engagement for middle school students. They may not be able to vote, but how can they become civically engaged? For a world geography course, this course is the course that took more of an overhaul than any of our courses. What we were finding with this course was there were a lot of facts that were almost random and really did not connect. So we wanted to think about this course in a sense of what major themes can we run with this course. We also looked at the NAEP assessment curriculum and the AP Human Geography course and kind of modeled the content after what we found in those standards, in those curriculum. For our world history courses, most of the content for those courses changed, looking more so at the benefits and costs and interactions of societies. We had a lot of organizations contribute as far as a narrative and giving us content that we had not had before in these courses. But what we found is that we really need to focus on building content knowledge of our teachers, because a lot of the content that was proposed may be unfamiliar to our teachers. We did reorganize and try to make sure that there was a balance when it came to religions, societies, and regions. It used to be in our 2001 and 2008 standards, for example, ancient Greece and ancient Rome, there were 8 or 9 substandards. And when it came to other societies or civilizations, you kind of breezed through them. So we looked at how can we balance this so that students get a balance or a more diverse understanding of the world. Next, we had a lot of information moved around for Virginia U.S. history, mainly just like our Virginia Studies course and our middle school U.S. history courses. We looked at that dedicated standard for Indigenous people. You will see fewer questions and fewer learning experiences because we are really trying to focus on depth versus breadth. We did reorganize the last few standards of Virginia and U.S. history, mainly because we wanted to make sure that our standards went past 2001. That's been 20 years. So how can we support teachers teaching the present and connecting it to the past? Lastly, your slide. Oh, I keep forgetting to advance the slides. My apologies. Lastly, Virginia and United States government. We reorganized and reworded the standards for government, focusing on levels of government. We looked at the national government, the state government, and the local government. What we found from what we received from the Fordham report was that we did not have that much of a focus on federalism. And federalism is a very important political principle, but our standards really didn't have a focus on federalism. So we tried to make sure that there was content surrounding federalism. So I went over some of the changes fairly quickly. I do apologize, but you all have been here for a very, very long time. In the end, what we are advocating for this discipline is that we approach history and social science instruction differently. Memorization is no longer going to be enough. We have to help students understand the content, and rather than memorizing facts, to help them connect that content. Our next steps, we are looking to continue, if the board accepts this document for first review, to establishing or scheduling public hearings, and then leading towards final review. From there, Superintendent Balow has requested that we engage the community across the Commonwealth in a discussion about the process and the changes made in our community engagement roundtable sessions. These sessions would be different from our public hearings in that there would be interaction between staff and the community that attends. And we are able to gain input and feedback on the document that we are proposing and make those changes as may be necessary. Consider the feedback that they are giving us and explain to them the process and the changes that we have proposed. Our pathway to full implementation, once the standards are finalized and final approval from the board, we move to create a crosswalk to help teachers, parents, communities transition from the 2015 standards to the 2022 standards. We know that we will need to develop content and resources and professional development. So the community engagement roundtable sessions will help us gather data as to the type of professional development that we need to do for not only our teachers, but also our communities, because this is going to be something different for not only our educators, but also for our families. So, as in code, the standards of learning in all subject areas are subject to a regular review and revision to maintain rigor and reflect a balance of content and the application of knowledge in preparation for eventual employment and lifelong learning. That is our biggest goal of this review and revision of the history and social science standards. At this time, if you have enough energy, we will take any questions that you may have or feedback.
Let me start just for a second.
Did it before 5.
You did, thank you. The code section site, of course, is a little bit incomplete, and it might be beneficial for the board to understand that our obligation and responsibility to do standards of learning is in fact delegated to us, actually directed to us by the Assembly. And the code section goes on to say that the subjects at hand, in this case history, needs to be reviewed at a maximum every 7 years. And that the board shall adopt a process by which that gets done, and then shall follow that process. And then the statute stipulates or mandates that we go have public hearings. Right. So, and that's a piece of it. You know, one of the things I found helpful in the last couple of years on the board is to understand what the source of the obligation is, you know, so we understand what needs we're fulfilling. For example, the board for years didn't do standards of quality. And then finally, although constitutionally we're required to, finally in November 2019, for the first time in 2 decades, the board actually did prescribe standards of quality, which went over to the legislature. That's one that's granted to us through the Constitution. Similarly, in the Constitution, the reason we approve superintendent's lists, which we were not doing for a long time, is the Virginia Constitution says the board shall approve a list of names who shall be eligible for the position of superintendent. before this, I mean, before the board actually read the Constitution and said, this is something we have to do, the department basically did it on its own. It never came to us. There were lists that were kept. If they thought people met the requirements, they were put on the list and the license was enough. Another area is accreditation, which will come up at some point during your terms, right? Accreditation is one that's not constitutionally granted to us. It's legislatively granted, and there are parameters around what we can do. Similarly, the standards of learning is a thing that we're required to do by the legislature, not by the Constitution. And there's a process set out in the legislation that, requires us to do it. Part of that process is, as I said, we're supposed to set up a procedure, which the board has done, and we can't do it, and we're supposed to do it within every 7 years. As Christania mentioned, the last time the standards were revised was 2015, which is why the board began, and actually December 2020, I think, was the first meeting with regard to the history standards, laid out the process, the board approved the process in accordance with the legislation, and the department has been marching down that process since that time to get us to here. Again, it's not random, and it's not just administrative, and it's not, gee, we had time to do it in the department. This is what's required under the law for the board to do, including, as I said, the 7-year deadline. People have asked, why are you concerned about 2022 being the date of adoption? The answer is, that's what the code requires. And since I've been on the board, we've been, I think, pretty good about meeting the requirements of the code, whatever those requirements are. And, we don't have independent staff. We rely on the department. And Emily, I don't mean any disrespect there, but you work for the department, although you are our liaison. And, the work that's been done to date, of course, has been done by the department on our behalf. But again, the timelines are set for us legislatively. I don't like to see those timelines slip because once we start, although there are no penalties built in the code, the whole structure of the education system in the Commonwealth is built around different bodies having different responsibilities, right? You've got local school boards who have got exclusive operational control. You've got us who, subject to the ultimate authority of the General Assembly, we have the rights to do certain things, right? And you have the department involved in this. But when one group starts sort of ignoring or not living up to the expectations that are placed upon it, lawfully, the system begins to slide apart. And it has been one of my goals, in this role, to have the system not slide apart as we move forward. And so there has been a push to move toward a resolution of this in 2022, long before this became what appears to be a political issue for unknown reasons to me. Honestly, I would think reasonable people could sit down. I mean, I will tell you, don't have the qualifications, background or otherwise, to talk about the content. And I hope today's conversation doesn't devolve into content. We ought to be talking about where we're going from here, what the timeline looks like, and what we can anticipate on the other end as the end date by which we can provide the product that we're required to provide statutorily. And I'm hoping, at least for the beginning of this discussion, we can move it in that direction, that is timeline. Now, I know the superintendent has said, let me ask one content question, though.
Yes, sir.
Wasn't George Washington the father of my country?
He surely was.
How come you took it out of the standards? I read that in the news.
You read that, didn't you?
I did.
My apologies. And that, especially as the leader of this group, I take full responsibility for the missing of pasting.
Yeah, it looked like, because it said it was moved and then
Right.
it didn't show up. No, it looked like an error, but it
He
seemed to
is
have
the
been picked
father
up
of
by
the
the
country.
press as, gee, all of a sudden Virginia doesn't want to recognize Washington and Madison, which of
Right.
course is ridiculous. We're not at the point yet even of discussing that, but that's sort of a silly thing to pick up. In any event, if we can we entertain first sort of the timeline issues? And what that means to me is our next step statutorily is to hold public hearings around the Commonwealth. And frankly, they can be simultaneously with or before or after the other groups that I think the superintendent rightfully has said ought to participate, right? I am plainly happy to have more participation in the process of generating these standards rather than less. At the same time, I do want to be respectful of the timeline that has been legislatively set for us. And, I'm wondering from the group, I mean, are we capable of moving this forward in a way that respects both the legislative mandate and sort of a desire to take a deeper dive into what's out there? And I will tell you, Christania, although I am not a historian and, like I said, not really qualified to judge, it seems to me that the job you guys have done, and certainly for the first 14 months of you doing this job, everybody said this is a good thing. And I understand we're moving from fact-based to inquiry-based. I mean, I get the conceptual shift. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm not an educator either by training. Dr. Siebert could tell me if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but that's not, where my strength is. But I do understand sort of the systemic requirements. And if we could, as a board, talk meaningfully about how we anticipate moving this project from where it is today, which is a 400-page document, to final standards, I would appreciate that. And then I will I promise you can have as much time as you want to talk about the content of it, today, although we do have executive session after this, and I'd appreciate at least some, discretion on how much content you want to go into. But I will stay here as long as necessary. The board will stay as long as necessary for everybody to feel like they've had a shot at talking about it. But the mandate is we have a November, in theory, deadline. How are we going to get from here to there?
President Gecker.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, Dr. Mann.
Yes, I do appreciate the expediency and the need to move things forward, but I would just be remiss if I didn't just say how extraordinary I found the presentation that took the board through the process in a most thoughtful and deliberative manner. And I actually think it would behoove us to think about, I know our meetings are public and people can, stream in and capture the content, but I think the thoughtfulness that went into the approach bears understanding as we engage the public. And I would almost suggest that it would be great to have this extracted so that it could be easily shared. I know you can mark it and say, tune in at this minute and that minute, but it is so important as we undertake an issue of this magnitude that we are doing it from an informed perspective, because we all have perhaps different personal opinions about what we may wish for or want to see. But I think the level of attention and thoughtfulness and the expertise that has been tapped, including parents and students, and it's extraordinary. And I just didn't want us to launch into sort of a conversation without acknowledging the extreme gratitude I know I feel for the individuals on staff, as well as those that participated in weeks of meetings, reading, seeking understanding, to undertake the awesome responsibility of helping us get these standards revised. So I just needed to kind of get that out there, and onto the timeline we can go. But this was an exceptional model for deliberateness.
Do you mind if I say?
No, of course not.
Okay.
No, you've got prepared remarks.
I do have a couple of prepared remarks that I've shortened over time because Christania's done a great job presenting, and we are nearing 5 o'clock. But, I had an opportunity to do a news interview this afternoon and said, look, Virginia likes to be the best at everything, and we want nothing less than the best standards for our students in history and social science. And I think the common ground is that we are well on our way. And I want to commend you, Christania, and your team on the work that's gone into today's presentation and the heavy lift that you've taken over the course of the last 2 years. So that said, I do just want to just explain my recommendation to not accept these for first review. And it really comes down to two things. Number one is time. And number two is corrections, so that this document is ready for prime time. So I'll just quickly just go through number one, time. you did a great job again, Kristania, today. And I feel like what you laid out, as Dr. Mann said, is a playbook for examining and thoroughly analyzing these standards. We have 5 new board members who have not had that time. We have a whole board that is going, wow, what a great presentation today. And it would behoove us to make sure that especially the 5 new board members have an opportunity to review and analyze these standards within the context of your presentation as a playbook. And I think that's what I really heard Dr. Mann just say, is let's make this available so that it's a playbook for all of Virginia as we undergo public comments. Also, this board has had an opportunity to really take presentations, to think about how the standards are framed, to receive updates over the course of the last couple of years. And again, the 5 new board members have not had an opportunity for that. So when I ask for a delay in first review, I want to make clear again, I think that there's much more common ground than not in terms of, digging into the content of this. I'm not so interested in that either. But I want to make sure that this board that's comprised of the members today has an opportunity to frame this standards document in the same way that the previous 4 board members have. And so I'm asking for 1 month so that we can hold briefings with individual board members and give more nuance, give more information, give them an opportunity to individually ask questions about the standards that they may have that might be content related or that might be process related. You laid out really well today. These are incredibly nuanced. This process is incredibly complex. And 1 month, I think, would do a great, today was an inflection point. As you have laid out this playbook for us, for 5 new board members, really for all of us, to be able to look at the standards process and the document through that lens. And 1 month would make a big difference. And it would not, we wouldn't be breaking code. We may not get it done by December of 2022, but we would get it done by maybe January of 2023. And as I understand it, as long as we're substantially underway and making progress, there isn't a problem with that. So I want to make sure we get them right rather than staying to a rigid time frame. And I want to make sure that the 5 new board members have an opportunity to ask the questions that they need to frame the document as you framed it today on their own and away from this meeting, and to ask the questions that they may have going forward. The second thing is just the corrections. Since the standards were publicly released in July, and well before that, we were receiving, and you humbly put up, some maybe errors and joked about some errors, et cetera, and changes that were made. Some of the comments that have come back to the board, to the department, to the secretary, to myself, have really been around errors that are in the document, errors with organization, errors, an example might be using the word succession instead of secession. The George Washington being the father of the United States is another example. And then there are some content issues too, frankly, that I think have been identified. The omission of Plessy versus Ferguson is missing from the context of the rise of Jim Crow. That's really important to our whole history. And we heard today around the table and from the governor that that's really important to everyone. So I want to make sure that before these go on the street for this incredible work that you all are about to undertake, going across the Commonwealth and holding community meetings with what may be hundreds, maybe thousands of people, that we have a document to put in front of them that is as close to a final draft as we can get, so that we aren't asking the Commonwealth to weigh in on typos or to weigh in on organizational errors, but truly have an opportunity to have it framed by this playbook that you presented and provide additional feedback on the process and on the content as we go forward. And again, that's 1 month so that we can make sure that we get those errors corrected, that we reach back out to entities. You mentioned Fordham, you mentioned the democracy, I can't remember the framework, roadmap.
Educating for
Thank
an
you.
American
Educating
democracy.
for American democracy. So many partners, I believe, nationally would be willing to just help us and say, move this here, move this here. Teachers will be able to navigate it a little bit better in this respect. And I hope that we can take a month to just do that work before these hit the street and you hit the road, doing a series of possibly 8 community meetings where this document is going to be front and center for everybody. We want them focused on the road to best, not a draft to the best. So I'll stop there. I didn't even use my script. How's that, Dan?
That was good.
Am I
Okay.
supposed to say something?
No,
Okay.
I think it's really, like I said, back to the board in a sense, although it's clear, again, given the personnel issues, I mean, the board can't really control what happens to a certain extent, right? It's going to happen as the department wants it to. From the board's perspective, though, and this is not about these standards, it's really about everything we've done. I don't find it acceptable to say we're going to move it into January. To me, we meet our deadlines. That's what we do. And if something comes up that we just can't, then we'll talk about it. But truth is, the department, even under your leadership, has had this document for 7 months. And if there are still typos and things, I don't really understand that. I don't think you really expect the 5 new board members to review it for typos and content omission, I think.
That's us.
Yeah, that's you guys,
Yep.
right? I mean, and so that can be done independently before we hit the road. I would think, honestly, before you have the final expert review, we would want to hear from the parents and from the teachers in the field and from the public to get some idea, are there any hot issues that we have not really picked up on? And then blend the document into a final cohesive whole. Ms. Dutta.
Yeah, so thank you, Christonia, for this extraordinary presentation. And thank you also for responding to my emails for all the primary source documents. And I just realized looking at your presentation that I'm going to be asking for some more because I didn't have a chance to look at all of your presentation. I think there's a lot more that I'm going to be asking you to provide me.
Okay.
So thank you. And Mr. President, thank you for mentioning about the legislative, what the mandates are, and the importance of a deadline and a timeline. I also do think, though, it's more important to get it right than to get it right on time. So I do think that I would need, I've gone through some of the document, not the entire. I have lots of questions today. I am concerned I would not be comfortable moving towards a first review without discussing issues.
I would just echo that.
Mr. President.
Go ahead,
Ms.
Ann.
Holton. Ms. Holton?
Yes, thank you. Well, first, I just want to echo Tammy's comments. Ms. Brown, you and your team have done a really extraordinary job, and whether or not we all have, well, I'm sure all of us have suggestions for improvement to the final product. And I have myself, which I'm hoping to submit to you in writing shortly. I am just overwhelmed with the extent of the engagement you have done with national experts as well as Virginia experts and parents and business and students. I love the surveys. So the extent of engagement you've done and the quality of the work product, the inquiry-based education, which is what all the national experts, including the Fordham Institute, all support that approach. You all have done a phenomenal job, and so I echo that praise. I do think we have a lot of work to do to get it finalized, but I don't think delaying the process for a month will help us think that addressing the superintendent's concerns, time for new members to be briefed on it, absolutely. New members and old members, we should all continue to be engaging with this document. which, you know, has been out there for 6 weeks now, and we would love to have further briefings with staff to help bring this along. I see no reason why that can't go on simultaneously over the next 2 to 3 months as we work to gather further public input. The question is, do we delay starting the public hearing sessions and the community engagement sessions so that we can do clean up some typos first, or so that we can brief members first? And I just don't get how, you know, if wait to do that, then it's going to be more than another month of delay. There's just physically no way. If you're going to do another draft before you go public, then you have to come back at the September. You have a new draft to it essentially in 2 weeks so that we can look at it in 4 weeks at the September meeting, and then you start scheduling public hearings. You're going to fall behind by more than the timeline had suggested, and I'm with Mr. President that we should try to stay on our timeline. So the notion that we can brief new members simultaneously with working to set up public comment and community engagement sessions, I think works perfectly. Likewise, I think the corrections, errors, additions, you're going to hear a Laura that suggested. I feel, while I think it's a great document, I feel very strongly that there are a couple of key areas that are not adequately yet addressed. I will say specifically that the period from 1900 to the 1960s, the exclusion of African American participation from voting and political participation, the deliberate efforts, for instance, in the Virginia Constitution in 1902, the very conscious efforts that were successfully taken to end the participation that had been happening during Reconstruction is not adequately addressed. Redlining that excluded African American participation in the wealth of home ownership, started by a Democratic administration, the Roosevelt administration in the 1930s, impacting African American community all the way up through the 1960s. So I've got some content suggestions I'd love to pass on, and I hope to and intend to pass them on to the state, and hope that they're going to keep my comments along with the comments of my fellow board members and all the public and any national experts that want to further weigh in addition to the incredible participation. And we have national experts already involved, just to be clear, because some of the national experts are Virginia experts. Yeah. President Ayers, who spoke this morning and who's been involved in this process all along, is among many of our Virginia experts truly a national expert. So I don't mean to go on too long, but I think that we can engage the national experts, we can correct typos and hear from the public about what needs to be added. To do all that efficiently, we should proceed on all courses over the next couple of months, and then we'll have a lot to review. We'll have a lot for the staff to review and a lot for us to review in October, so that we can hopefully then finalize something in November, and that's what I would encourage us to do.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Just again, I'd like to thank you very much. This is very helpful in the amount of material with the 400-page document and the 100-page deck and the 5,000 pages of public comment were a lot to absorb, but there's a lot of work that goes into all of that. So thank you for that. I guess I have two questions. One, if we do delay for a month and maybe even two, what's the implementation of this? When would this go into effect?
There are a lot of things that can impact implementation, but one of the first things that we would need to do, if there is approval, whether it's November or January, between if we started by school years, September of 2023, we would, up until that time, we would be working on what's called a crosswalk document. Before the board is the whole idea of HQIM, high quality instructional materials, versus our textbook approval process. And I believe that is still before the board. So we would need to get involved in that process to provide so that school divisions will have either an approved list or what have you. That plays into coming up between the 23-24 school year. So we are looking at implementation, not having, this is barring anything from the General Assembly or actions of the board that would impact assessment. We're looking at full implementation sometime around 24, 25.
Okay.
And the pathway to that, all along the lines, we would need to develop the resources and professional development, but really hoping for full implementation 24, 25.
Okay. Well, just again, I support the superintendent's recommendation for us to, as a new board member, I would even ask the president, has there been a situation during your tenure where there's been 5 new board members appointed at one time?
Best of my knowledge, not in the history of the Commonwealth have there been 5. The
No.
system wasn't set up that way.
I think this is a unique time that we're in as well, and I think that it's incumbent on us, and I would suggest that content does matter, and maybe we don't want to get into it today, but there are a lot of things, and I think a couple of comments were made about the 1900 history, and there's other things as well. And I think there's also just frankly some assumptions, just on slide 49, rather than memorizing the facts, connect the content. I frankly have a fundamental disagreement with that. It might be in addition to the facts, connect the content, but it's not an either or in my mind. And I think in any other spectrum, whether it's our doctors or our scientists or in math, facts matter, memorization matters. And, again, as a father of 6 kids who've gone through the Virginia standards over the last 20 years, and now my grandkids going through it, it's important, and repetition is important. So I don't have a problem with repetition, and it happens in other fields. And so I don't know why we would want to take that away here for the, and I also would really like to have a little bit of a better understanding over the last 7 years of where Virginia has come down in our proficiency and performance of our students with the standards from 7 years ago, and maybe even going back 14 years, and where we rank nationally in NAEP score, whatever it might be, and to really have an understanding of where we are as a Commonwealth compared to the country. And again, we should be leading. And so to me, I'd like to have a better underbelly on a lot of this before we start going down to make some tectonic shifts in what we're doing here that could have a tectonic shift, 7 years from now of where we're going as a Commonwealth. And I think we owe it to ourselves to take a pause for the 5 new members here to be able to get our sea legs under us a little bit and to have a better understanding of, and again, I would argue that content is important here, and mistakes matter. I've had a lot of phone calls these last couple of days about we might think it's funny about the George Washington or James Madison issue, but just as an organization and as a Commonwealth, these are the things too that can get this whole process off the rails if we're not careful. So I would really suggest we take a little bit of time, get things right, minimize the potential noise that's going to be disruptive and distracting versus getting it right as best we can out the chute. So I would support enthusiastically the superintendent's recommendation for us to take a little bit of time, take a deep breath. And I don't see a practical challenge to us of what's going to, if we're January versus November on getting this wrapped up. And if somebody can make a case for me otherwise, I would be willing to consider my position. But to me, expediency can cause problems if we're not careful, and it should not be the tail wagging the dog for us.
I have no
President
issue.
Gecker?
Let me just say one thing, Tammy, if that's okay first.
Yes.
With the idea the final product ought to have quality and that people ought to have time. To me, the question really is what happens within that month, the first month, versus what happens in the last month. What I mean by that is the board has under its control final approval, right? We can march down the path from today till November, and in November, the board decide, we're not quite happy with where we are, and not pass it. right? You have control over the output. You know, we used to say in my line of work, you know, all jobs expand to the time allotted. Meaning of that is, you know, you set a deadline, you know, hoping that you'll get there. And I'm not talking about sacrificing quality of the end product, because clearly, as I said before, if something happens, then we worry about it then. But to plan into the delay with no clear understanding, I mean, I don't believe it's the 5 new board members' jobs to go through and correct, if you will, the current draft. That is internal to the department. And then one would hope that that could occur prior to a scheduled public hearing on the draft. And, you know, I'll tell you, if the concept is that we're going back and, you know, again, I'd rely on educational experts to tell me the right answer to this, to fact-based instead of inquiry-based, it's not going to be January of 23. I mean, you're talking then about a wholesale rewrite of the standards, as I understand where we are. And so if that's a decision that's going to be made, maybe we ought to talk about that aspect early on, because there's nothing, I mean, it will not be an easy job to take the current work product and convert it to the other style, at least not from my estimation. And so, like I said, if I understood what a month bought, you know, what was going to happen, are we just going to be correcting typos? You know, candidly, you know, we're all in the same position of receiving the draft. I mean, the 4 of us have been through a bit of process, but the bit of process we've been through was approving the timeline. It was not, we were not actively engaged in the formulation of the draft. We're all starting at the same point. And so I'm not sure the newness or the oldness of the board member, you know, matters, you know, as much as it might seem to here. Mr. Rotherham, I think you had.
Yeah, but I want to give my colleagues.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you, Grace.
No, I wasn't raising my hand right now. I'll
Okay.
let you go.
Time to scratch.
I'm listening.
Yeah, so I mean, I have a lot of thoughts. First of all, that was a great presentation, and I don't think like I think it's not like the amount of content you had to wrangle into like people might be like 104 slides. That's a lot of slides, but like the amount of content you had to get into that slide loop, like it's an immense amount of content to manage, and so thank you. I think the standards, like, they're pretty good. I share my colleague's concern, though. I do think, you know, inquiry matters, domain knowledge matters, and you have to have domain knowledge to do inquiry. And I think there's questions there about what that should look like. Huge questions there about teacher professional development, teacher prep. There's a lot there that I think we need. So, but I think like there's a lot of stuff in there. I read them; they're quite good. Like Ms. Holton, I have concerns about certain aspects. I think what's interesting is the media is going to portray this is left, right, or too woke or not woke. I don't think when you look at it, I think like when I look at the concerns I have, they run like across the gamut of different kinds of issues where things that I worry we're not going to be fully flushed out and sort of how that's going to go. And so what I'm waiting to hear is like I hear the deadline argument, but I also hear that we can be on track. We can wait a few more months. I don't think it's the 5 new members, speaking as one of them. My colleagues may disagree. I'm only speaking for myself. I think it's more, I'm just not prepared right now, given all these moving parts and so forth. I'm sort of, I'm the last person you want to take carpentry advice from if you've ever seen anything I've built. But there is a saying, you know, measure twice and cut once. And I think we're sort of at one of those moments. And we can ask ourselves, like, what's the worst thing that happens if we hit a pause? And it may be a pause, and then it opens up some broader issues that we want to look at. But I think like it's worth at least pausing for a beat to kind of figure out where we are as a new board member is something I'm just not like I'm not prepared. And I feel like the governor came in here today and he said he wants to teach honest history. He wants to teach the good and the bad. We should take him up on that. I do agree very much with Ms. Fallow. I want us to have standards that every other state looks like and says, you know what, at a contentious time, Virginia has like really fantastic standards that are honest, they're good for kids and so forth. And this is a public process. So it's not like it's not like anything's going to happen out of sight. People aren't going to know what's happened here. Like there's a paper trail, which again, you have ably managed for us. And so people are going to be able to see the process and draw their own judgments. I'm having trouble seeing the risk of pausing for a beat. Again, measuring twice and cutting once on this.
Dr. Mann?
Thank you, President Gecker. I appreciate your calling out that we're all at the same starting point. I feel very much like as a sitting board member, I got the deck the same time everybody else got the deck and had to move through that along with the standards, by the way, that we all just adopted for physical education. I certainly know that they don't come with contention, but nonetheless, if we're thinking about or talking about holding standards in high esteem, we certainly went through the process of approving those standards today, both new and old board members. I think the other thing I'd like to say is I worry about the subtle message that it communicates to the stakeholders that have invested a significant amount of time and attention from an expert perspective, even though we feel there are things that need to be changed, to say that we're going to pause on the work that individuals have undertaken for the better part of almost 2 years, and not do our due diligence to move a process forward that simply involves inviting the public to get more involved in the discussion. That doesn't appear to be a message I think we want to communicate, especially when you consider that we fast-tracked other opportunities today in the spirit of really wanting to move on innovation and the opportunity to advance that, absent really being able to see the full picture. There is a measure of trust in process that I think is important for us to understand, because we do all enter boards in terms of service with work in process, and we all have to figure out how we come up to speed. And so I just offer those perspectives as things we should be thinking about as we make this decision.
Mr. President, may I?
Ms. Holton, yes.
I very much appreciate all the board members' desire to dig deep into this really important topic, and the superintendent's suggestion that our goal for all of us is to get it right, and to have the best standards that we can. And I agree with all of that. It's really more a question of what's the best way to move that forward. And I would just offer two comments. One is, Mr. Rotherham, I appreciate your measure, cut. Just to be clear, accepting for first review is not cutting. You know, we've already done first review. I mean, first review was what we just heard, a review of we've had the documents in front of us for 6 weeks. We aren't asked to vote on anything at first review. We simply move to the next step of public comment. So I don't actually think we're in the measure, cut analogy. I don't think we're cutting anything. We don't actually taking any action as a board until at least the October board meeting, regardless of what we do today. The one thing we are doing, I would hope today, is scheduling those public comment meetings and starting the process of scheduling a public comment and community engagement. And so the one suggestion I would make is, while I'm in favor of moving the process forward now, if the will of the board is that we pause, as the word has been used, for a month, as the superintendent has suggested, a 1 month pause, that we do use that month well, and that we be clear that that means if the department plans to submit another draft for the use of the public, that we get that 2 weeks before the September board meeting, so that we don't lose more than a month, so that we can all read it before the September board meeting. Also, that it be redlined so that we can see the changes. Those of us who, I've read the 400 pages now, and I don't want to read them all again. So I'd like to have any changes between now and the draft submitted for our consideration in September be flagged. And then third, I would like to suggest that, again, if there's a delay, a pause, which I don't think there needs to be, but if there is a pause, that we agree still today to begin to go forward and plan for our use of our time throughout the fall. So there's no reason why we shouldn't now start scheduling is a bear, as the staff knows. Scheduling this meeting was near impossible. But can we start scheduling those public comment sessions? Exactly. Can we start scheduling those community engagement sessions? If we're not going to hold them before the September meeting, can we at least get them on the calendar for the latter half of September and October, so that we have the benefit of all that input in timely fashion?
Yeah.
So all that's to say, can we make good use of our time going forward so that if there has to be a delay, it's not more than a month that we push things back?
Yeah, I was going to suggest actually, Ann, that we go ahead and schedule. I mean, the concept of accepting on first review really doesn't have a lot of meaning. I mean, we've heard the report. You can't undo hearing the report. It's just sort of there. As the superintendent points out, however, it does start some timeframes. I would be comfortable with agreeing that we have no public hearings until after the September board meeting. And I will take the superintendent at her word that, we can be draft ready and begin the public process. And I will still have that slight glimmer of hope, although very dim glimmer, that I'll finish in November. But worst case is, I guess it'll be New Year's. But much as that will pain me, that's something I could deal with. So, Mr. Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I agree with both of your comments. And the one thing that I would find really helpful in this next month is I'm not sure what the public documents, especially for parents, are going to be. I did get a little bit of a sense that parents were an afterthought over the last 2 years, and maybe that was just my misimpression of, as again, it's not to take away from the work or anything, but I think at this point, even the survey of the kids, I thought it was interesting, and if not learning those three big pieces of the pie, then what? But I think if you surveyed parents, those would probably be the three things that they would want the most of. And I think as our ultimate customer, we talked very early today about just all of the acronyms and everything, and just how daunting, public meetings are to parents. And I just am not sure what type of distillation of the 400 pages or of this 100-page PowerPoint is going to be put out there, so that there's actually a productive tool for parents to understand. When you had the rationale form data, it just would, I think, be very helpful to the public to really understand what's in this, what's not in this, what's different, what's changing, why it's changing. And just instead of asking people like us the last few weeks to be pouring through 6,000 pages of information, I think we owe it to the public. We owe it to the parents to be able to put this in layman's terms for what is before them and what they're being asked to discern and to discuss and to figure out. And so to me, if we had one thing that comes out of the next month, that would be the most important thing of what we're putting out publicly. And again, not just plopping out 400 pages and expecting people who are very busy raising their 2, 3, 4, 5 kids, working jobs in their communities, and being able to be educated consumers of what's coming up here. So to me, that would be the most important thing of what we can get done in these next few weeks.
I'm sorry,
And maybe
Mr.
you're already
Hanson,
doing it.
Can I address that?
Sure.
I'm glad that you brought that up, and I apologize for speaking over you. One of the, we had previously scheduled to have a virtual community engagement session through Zoom, along with 8 community engagement roundtable sessions. And one of the things that we wanted to do prior to starting those meetings, not this long PowerPoint, but as you said, in layman's terms, to go through the process, a recorded presentation, so that you would have the option of kind of watching that recording prior to coming to the community roundtable sessions. And therefore, that session, you may have some background knowledge when you're sitting there. The second thing, it is a 400-page document, and not only at those sessions what we are planning to have, but also to break it apart, so that we have on the DOE website a history and social science review page. So on that page, we could break apart this document, have the front matter in a course, or the front matter in K through Virginia Studies, because that's basically elementary, so that you can download it as you like, and not the whole 400-page document, but also when we're in person at the community engagement sessions, to have paper copies. That's not the 400 page document, but the front matter and course by course, so that you can take it in, you can pick up the course that you need. So I appreciate you bringing that up, because that gave me an opportunity to tell you about our plans. Mrs.
Right.
Duda.
So I hope where we are is the agreement to give the department a month. We will come back in September. No, I'm sorry.
Science teacher, but we have a recent history teacher.
Okay.
Today,
That's all right. Sorry, Grace. I thought you were still scratching.
No. I'm done scratching my head. I really did want to take the opportunity to hear what others had to say before I just kind of jumped in. But, having been licensed in the Commonwealth for over 20 years now in this particular subject matter, Christania having been a colleague of mine in Norfolk Public Schools, and now, meeting once again in this world, I do just have a couple of points to make, because I was a part of the external review committees that did work for the 2015 rewrite. So I am very well aware of that process, and also, and having been a part of that process in repeated capacities, spending time, I felt was honing my craft even more, but knowing that I was a part of the process to help the board along their way in getting to the very best standards. I never expected that the board wouldn't go through their own work and evolution of that work that I had done back in those years. What I will say has nothing to do with anything political or content based right now. It is very much a pedagogical observation here, and that is that history is inherently chronological. While themes are really a great opportunity to teach students large ideas, it's also important that chronology really does support really strong student understanding and connections as we move from what we want them to do is be able to reflect and build on kindergarten all the way through 12th grade in our history and social science standards and curriculum. And so I have real concerns around, additionally, the skills progression, because having been a 7th and 8th grade teacher for over 10 years of students in a vast spectrum from Vap students all the way to gifted students, I think there's not enough emphasis on analysis and application of understanding and skills development here. Those kids in those grades, and I would argue even in lower grades, have a across the board an ability to do much more application and analysis than we're asking them to do in these standards. And then finally, to the superintendent's point, I think there are some pieces that we may be missing from an overarching standpoint, and I will direct attention to KB and KC. If we're not exploring for kindergartners the basis of what a map is, but then we're jumping into an awareness of places located in their community, we have a lot of kids that don't have globes and maps in their homes. Just like we talk about literacy and other capacities, we aren't accounting for the different challenges of how students come to us. And so I think that those are important things to reflect on as we move even deeper into this review, a continual review, until we get to what I would never want to call a final resting point. I would want to call it a continual improvement. So those are my comments.
Seibert.
Thank you. Again, I also wanted to listen in depth, and I'm actually encouraged. I don't necessarily think that our perspectives are mutually exclusive. I think that there's a couple things. Absolutely, if we're going to apply information, we have to learn it. So we have to have information. I think we picked up with that the quality of this presentation, and whether it is the excerpt of this meeting that's done or a separate self-contained video of going through the process. I think it is very, very helpful for anybody who's going to come to a roundtable or participate in things, that they have the opportunity to understand the process and the context. Because again, you've got to know facts if you're going to think critically about them. So I think that's very encouraging. I mean, in a practical sense, this document is already on the street, and I know in the districts that I work closely with, staff is already going through these and thinking about these, and they have things they want to say. So they're excited about this process. I think this community engagement roundtable is going to be a very healthy step. And I do think that all this stuff can kind of be scheduled in a very productive, timely manner. So again, I think the end point might take a little longer. But I think really the information is already out there, so that the process, whatever we call the mileposts on this trail, that the trail we're on, that there's an opportunity now to go ahead and begin scheduling the engagement, be doing the cleaning up, and for us to come back together. So, because again, the other thing that Christina said at the very, very beginning was, as the board, we do indeed have the last say, and we cannot be compelled to have that last say on any given month. So I think there's absolutely the capacity to do this right, because it's worth doing well for the sake of doing it right. But I've enjoyed this conversation. I've enjoyed listening, because I don't think anything here is mutually exclusive. I think this process needs to keep going. I think almost like the lab school piece, there's energy and enthusiasm out there we need to get the people who have already been looking since our canceled July meeting at this information. That information desire and review is there, that we need to begin receiving it and processing it.
Okay. I think the plan is that rework September. There may not be a full presentation in September. Let's go ahead and at least schedule out the board section of the public engagement, or at the public meetings around the state for between the September and October meetings. If that schedule needs to shift for some reason, that's shiftable. I mean, but at least let's get them ironed out now, right? So that we don't lose that time. And like I said, Madam Superintendent, thank you for agreeing to have the product back to us in September, and we'll see where we go.
Can I ask a final question?
Of course.
Christina, how quickly are you all expecting to give somewhat of a crosswalk? Or when do you even have a draft of a crosswalk?
No, because the standards need to be approved first. We could very well start one, and it's not what it is. Our goal, even if there is a delay like January, February, our goal was to develop that crosswalk, start on it as soon as we are approved, and hopefully be able to have it by the 23-24 school year begins, so that people can get ready for transition between. Yes.
If I may just say one thing, and so thank you. I appreciate Superintendent Bello. I will appreciate this extra time. I do work a 9-to-5 jobs, but I'd like to be thorough and read every page. I have tried to do that with the other agenda items today, and I would like to go through every page. I'm not an educator, but I'd like to know what it affects. It would affect my kids or their kids and Virginia, and so I did not get a chance to go through all of it, but I went through some of it. I just do have very deep issues with a lot of the content, and it's just it should be simple and concise and clear and balanced and reasonable. Some of it's very jargon heavy, and it's just I have a lot of comments about it, so I will hold onto those
We will
and
have-
flush them out
Yeah,
more.
We will have plenty of time to go over content. My comments before should not be read to or heard to say, we're not going to do content. For today's purposes, it was scheduling. We will get into
And
content.
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
may I suggest that, am I right, I should say, if people already have particular content suggestions, that they can send them into the department, line by line now?
You know-
They do that later, but you can start doing that now if you want, or is that not the right way to go?
Well, I think if there are, and I'll let Christiania weigh in on this too, if they're sort of in the category of errors or perceived errors, right? Send them in. Let's correct the typos and the misspellings if there are and all that. If there's going to be an effort, though, to sort of change focus, and I'll use this as an example. If, for example, there's an effort to go more fact-based and inquiry-based in certain areas, and those are the types of corrections, I mean, honestly, that change can't be done by staff, right? That's a change the board is going to have to agree to, and I would prefer those types of higher level things come back to the board. And so use some judgment, obviously, things that just are wrong, just send a quick note so that we don't go out with a document that's just wrong. But the higher level concepts, I think need to come back here because it's not really staff's job to resolve those.
President
Do you
Gecker?
disagree with that? I mean, it's.
Thank you, got it.
Yeah, maybe I can just kind of help wrap things up and say, probably Friday, Christania and team and I can sit down and I know all of us have been taking lots of notes and in particular, I think we will be talking about a process for roundtables and what that looks like. And I really, really appreciate the input from board members to think about incorporating part of today's presentation, but also making sure that the information is distilled enough so that a 9-to-5 mom or dad or grandma or grandpa can understand what some of the themes are and can answer maybe a questionnaire like the students did that said what's really important for kids to know and be able to demonstrate in history and social science. And so I hope that we can have a discussion based on today's discussion, what those roundtables might look like. The other thing that we will offer that maybe gets to the question you asked me, Dan, and that is that, we're offering board orientations on topics for all of the board members. And this seems like a perfect place for either new board members or seasoned board members to ask maybe some more of those granular questions. And maybe they're not those big questions like inquiry-based versus fact-based, chronological versus thematic, but maybe they're questions like, I don't really see a theme of religious freedom in third grade. Can you explain to me how that would be taught? And those are the kinds of questions that I think are perfectly appropriate for either a briefing for public or for comments that board members might want to send in or give to us, give to me, give to you, or that we discuss as a board. This is the questions and the comments and the input from the board members are incredibly important every day. But from this moment on, I just want you all to know that that we're open for business and ready to take those comments. And President Gecker and all members of the board, what a thoughtful conversation after a great presentation. And we appreciate it. And truly, I'll end where I started, and that is we are on our way to having the best standards in the nation. And I don't want any of us to settle for anything less.
All right. With that, I'm hopeful we can move on. Thank you, Superintendent. And Christania, thank you. And the team, really appreciate y'all being here and great work.
Thank you.
And thank you, President Gecker. I mean, that was for facilitate a conversation like that. That's fantastic.
All right.
All right.
Yep. We have one more item before executive session. I'm proposing we do that item, then take a quick break, and then we will move into executive session. Just to tell you guys a quick story, in 2000, I was appointed to the Chesterfield Planning Commission. My first meeting on the commission started at noon and ended at 2:35. in the morning. So you guys, you got nothing going on here. I don't want to hear any whining or complaining. Welcome back.
Yep, bringing up the rear here.
Not hardly. We're happy to have you back. Okay, item J, first review of an amendment to Virginia's Consolidated State Plan under Esea, Amendment 5.
Mr. President, can I interrupt just to say I'm so sorry that I have to duck out for a prior engagement. And I'm so sorry also not to have been there to welcome new board members in person. Great to be with you all by Zoom. And I will see you in September.
And what if I said no? You got to stay.
I don't know how large your reach is across the
exactly.
cyberspace.
All right, have fun. See you later. Ma'am.
So today is a first review of an amendment, which is actually Amendment 5 to Virginia's Consolidated State Plan. And for those of you that are not familiar with the Consolidated State Plan, it is a plan where we provide information on how we meet the requirements of Esea and how it's implemented in Virginia. So as a fair warning, I do want to say that anytime we discuss the Esea Consolidated State Plan, there's a lot of details in there. A lot of people aren't familiar with a lot of the details, and it's also 5:45. So I will try to give enough context to understand, but if you don't dig into it every day, it is a little bit daunting. So there are 6 proposed changes to the Consolidated State Plan, and this first change is the addition of a multiple races student group for reporting. So under federal accountability, we have different indicators. There are different indicators than we have in the accreditation system, but these indicators report out by student group. And so Esea does require that when we have a major racial or ethnic group that we report out. And what determines a major racial or ethnic group is state determined. And in Virginia, we use the definition that if 5% or more of the student population is a particular race or ethnicity, that's a major student group. And multiple races meets that criteria, and that's really a student record that has 2 or more races identified on it. This was placed into our accreditation system in April 2019. So this is to add the multiple races student group into federal accountability. All right, the second change is really a technical edit to step 3 of the CSI and TSI identification process. So there are some federal accountability indicators that we have that are used to identify schools for support and improvement. Comprehensive support and improvement, targeted support and improvement, and additional targeted support and improvement are 3 different categories where we identify schools to offer them support. And so we use performance on some of these federal indicators to identify these schools. So there's a 3-step process for CSI and TSI, which you can see on the screen, and it looks like a funnel. So if a school doesn't meet a criteria in a step, it's removed from the funnel, so that by the time you get to the end of that step 3, the schools that remain are those that are eligible for support. So the technical edit that we need to make is to step 3 of the process for both CSI and TSI. And in order to explain what that edit is, you would need to be familiar with our triennial accreditation. And what that is it's in the standards of quality. And what that states is that if a school is accredited for 3 years, 3 consecutive years, it's then accredited for the following 3 consecutive years. So what happens is a school can actually be accredited under this triennial accreditation, but then it can also earn a level 3, which would normally put it in an accredited with condition status, but it's not going to have that status. It's going to have the status of accredited because it's under triennial accreditation. So what this edit does is it basically makes sure that we are looking at the most recent year's data when we are looking to see whether a school meets that criteria of being accredited, and then they would be removed from the funnel. But if they're not accredited based on that most recent year's data, they would stay in the funnel. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Proposed change 3 is a revision of the growth methodology for the 2022-2023 federal accountability year. In our current consolidated state plan, there is 2 indicators, growth for English reading and growth for mathematics. And that indicator includes students who pass the state assessments, and then it also includes students who have shown growth from the previous year's SOL test. And as you may be aware, we have started to administer growth assessments for the first time in fall of 2021. And so the proposal is to incorporate those growth assessments into federal accountability as they are in the accreditation system. So originally, our original intent was to put into the federal accountability system a growth measure that matched what we do on the accreditation side. And so what we were doing this year is if a student failed a spring 22 SOL test, we compared it to the previous spring SOL test to determine whether there was growth. If that did not show growth, we then compared that spring 22 score to the fall 21 growth assessment, and we determined whether there was growth. So that's how we determine growth on the accreditation side. And our original intent was to make that growth methodology the same on the federal accountability side. I did submit this amendment as kind of an early look document to USED. They sent back feedback that they didn't feel that that methodology would work for federal accountability. And they suggested that what we do is we compare the failing spring 22 score to the previous spring 21 score, and to determine whether there was growth. And only if there wasn't a spring 21 score could we use the fall score. So I have reached out for additional clarification from them. And I do believe that they will probably work with us a little bit in terms of flexibility. But where it stands right now, the guidance was that we couldn't use the accreditation version of growth. But I will not know for sure what will happen until I come back in September with the final review. And so I'll have one of those 2 methodologies in the final version. All right, the next one, this actually was a proposed change that was approved by the board in, I believe it was June, where there was a COVID-19 amendment that the USED allowed states to make some changes to their plan based on the pandemic. And so one of the things that they allowed was for schools to shift their measures of interim progress forward 2 years for indicators. So some of the federal indicators in the ESSA plan have measures of interim progress and long-term goals. Some of them do not. So what occurs is you start out at a baseline, and then you have certain intervals where the number increases from where you start to where you want to get in year 7. And that's kind of the measures of interim progress along the way. This proposed change number 4 was to shift the measures of interim progress forward 2 years for chronic absenteeism, the Federal Graduation Index, and English learner progress. And the reason we're shifting it forward 2 years is to account for the 2 years in which accountability was waived due to the pandemic. So I will show you what that means on this next slide. So this are the measures of interim progress and the long-term goal for L progress. So as you can see on the 2 columns that are highlighted gray, those were the 2 years accountability was waived. So in year 3, the original year 3 target, there was no testing that year. So those actual goals that we were shooting for have been shifted forward 2 years. And so the goals or the targets that were in place for the 2020-21 accountability year are now the goals for this year. So that did get approved in the COVID-19 amendment, and the board did approve that previously. But since this is a long-term change, USED has asked that we put it in our consolidated state plan. All right, proposed change number 5 is new measures of interim progress and long-term goals for reading and mathematics. So under Esea, they require that states have measures of interim progress and long-term goals based on student performance on the state's current assessment. And this year, we did have new Vap assessments in reading and mathematics, and we actually administered the new reading assessment to a full representative population of students this year in 21-22. When we administered it the previous year, that was when participation rates were low. So these new targets that the new measures of interim progress and the long-term goals that we've set do raise the expectations for all student groups, and it does place an increased focus on closing achievement gaps. I'm going to review the reading and the math targets and the long-term goals in table format on the next couple of slides, but I do want you to keep in mind these points as I share the new tables. The first step in setting new targets is setting a baseline measure from which to grow. So you need something for a year 1. For the new reestablished baselines, the measures for each student group are set at the pass rate of the school at the 50th percentile of enrollment using the 21-22 school year data. The pass rate of the school at the 20th percentile of enrollment was used in the past. This is an increase in expectations, but it's also appropriate based on the performance of the students in the 21-22 assessments. The long-term goals for both reading and mathematics have been increased for all student groups. So in reading, the previous long-term goal was 75%, and that matched the state's benchmark. Now the long-term goal is 88%. And in math, the previous long-term goal was 70%, and that again matched the state accreditation benchmark, but that goal is now 85%. You're going to see on these tables that the same long-term goals exist for all the student groups, and this really does increase the intensity and the urgency of closing the achievement gaps, since the lower performing student groups have greater overall increases to make towards the same long-term goal than the higher performing groups, and they have to do so within the same time frame. So we'll look at the reading targets first and the long-term goals. You'll notice on this table that the baseline year from which to grow is labeled year 1, and it's based on data from the 21-22 school year. Again, this baseline was based on the pass rate of the schools at the 50th percentile of enrollment. So to help interpret that, look at the baseline for Black students, and that baseline is 60%. So that indicates that 50% of Black students in Virginia are in a school that has a pass rate of 60% or below. You'll also notice that each student group has the same long-term goal. The long-term goal is determined by subtracting the baseline year pass rate for the all student groups. So we're looking at the 75, and we're subtracting that from 100% proficiency. We're dividing that number in half and then adding it to the baseline. So what we're essentially doing is closing the difference between the baseline and 100% proficiency by 50% over these 7 years. The determination of long-term goals, again, is a different methodology than we previously used because we did use the benchmarks that were aligned with accreditation. You'll notice that the measures of interim progress for years 2 through 6 for each student group were determined by subtracting the baseline pass rate from the long-term goal and then dividing that into intervals so that there was a steady increase from year 1 to year 7. Where you see asterisks on the table is where the performance of a group may meet or exceed what the long-term goal is. So those groups still do have to make progress, and they have to show progress each year. And the last point that I want to reiterate is that the measures of interim progress require some student groups to make greater overall increases towards the same long-term goal within the same time frame than other groups. And the measures of interim progress for groups with a lower baseline have larger intervals relative to groups that have a higher baseline. So for example, the baseline for English learners is 47%, and the student group is expected to increase 6 to 7 points per year to meet the long-term goal in year 7. And you can compare that, for instance, to Black students. They begin at 60%, and they're expected to increase 4 to 5 points per year to meet that long-term goal. And again, having the same long-term goal or expectation for all student groups places emphasis on the necessity and the urgency to close the gaps between student groups. The next slide has the table for mathematics, and the same points I made on the previous reading table apply to this table as well. You will notice that long-term goal is 85%, using the same methodology to close the gap by 50% between the 70 and 100% proficiency. And then the very last edit that I am proposing is just an edit to a reference year, a year that's referenced in the document. This, again, was something that was approved in the COVID-19 addendum. And basically, schools that are additional targeted in support for a certain amount of time, if they don't exit, they then turn into comprehensive support and improvement schools. And under the COVID-19 addendum, we did extend that period of time where they could remain in that ATSI period or that status before they entered CSI by a year. So again, that was previously approved, but we are just putting it in this document because it was mentioned. So with all of that, I will take questions because I'm sure there's probably some.
You're looking at me. Yes, I do have questions. Sorry, in that last slide, what was the change? 2018-19? Was that, what year was the change? Last slide.
The last slide.
Yeah.
Oops, I'm sorry. So, under our current guidelines, if a school was identified in the 2018-19 school year as needing additional targeted support and improvement, if they didn't meet the criteria to exit that status by fall of 2024, they would then go into comprehensive support and improvement. So in the COVID-19 addendum, we extended that period, which still fell under state guidelines, to allow them to be in ATSI status another year before they would be put into CSI status. So that was changed to
2025?
Yeah.
So instead of 2024, it's 2025.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just sorry, it wasn't clear. You reached in I guess, sorry, the fourth slide, you said that you reached out to the USED for a clarification. What clarification have you reached out to them with?
So we have somebody specifically at USED who is assigned to us as a state. And so we'll frequently speak with them about any changes that we have, anything that's about to come up, so that they're aware of what we're thinking. And it also helps when you do submit something for them to give you feedback so that you know what to present to the board or what would be acceptable, et cetera. So I floated by our changes with them, gave them an early look, especially now since this is really kind of under a very tight time constraint, because we do need to identify schools for CSI and TSI for this upcoming fall by the end of September. So I knew we were short on time. So I gave them an early look at this document. And that is when I received the feedback. But again, I did reach out after that in hopes that.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. Two more questions.
Yeah.
Won't take too long. For the groups, student groups that already meet the standards, the rates, what progress do they have to make? You mentioned that they still do have to make.
They do still have to make progress. So it really matters. So like if we look at this reading table and we look at the Asian students and we see that in year one, they have, what does that say?
91?
Can't see, 91%, thank you. The following year, their rate has to be not greater than 91% in order to meet the target. So if it was 92, that would be enough. If it was 93, the following year, in year three, it would have to be greater than 93. So it's just, they need to be improving, meeting or improving year to year.
Okay, so it cannot stay at 91.
No.
That's what you're saying. Okay. And sorry, the last one.
Yep.
Is the third slide where you had that inverted triangle.
Yep.
Could you explain that last bottom thing to me one more time?
One more time,
How they
yes.
can move out?
So that last step.
In the CSI and TSI.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab my version that's a little bit bigger if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So that very last step, after you go through steps 1 and 2, that very last step states that for the schools that are still in that funnel, we're going to keep you in the funnel if you don't meet the measures of interim progress for chronic absenteeism and you're not accredited using the most recent school year's data. So if you don't meet, if you're still in that funnel and then you don't meet chronic absenteeism and you're not accredited, you stay in the funnel. So the reason why we have that language change is because of the old language said something to the effect of, let me see, I wrote it down. It used to say they don't meet the chronic absenteeism and have an SOA, Standards of Accreditation rating of accredited with conditions or accreditation denied, which meant they had indicators that were in the red, were in level 3. But with our triennial accreditation legislation, a school could actually be accredited under that triennial accreditation. And if they earn a level 3 in a particular year, it's still going to say accredited because they're under that triennial accreditation period. And we wanted to be able to keep those schools in the funnel if they needed support.
So does this mean for 3 years you're going to give them a chance? Or no?
Say it again.
They're still going to get a chance even if they don't meet the accreditation in
Right,
the most
so-
recent year.
Right, so we want to use the data from the most recent year. So if a school has level 3 level 3 performance levels, we want that school to stay in the funnel because they need support.
Okay.
But if they were under triennial accreditation, they could have that status of accredited and have those level 3s. And with the language that was there, it just wasn't clear that we were really using the current year's data and saying, if you have a level 3, we want you to stay in the funnel. So it's just kind of a technical edit.
Thank you.
So, in other words, it provides greater transparency to the public about what exactly is going on in that school. So, for example, if their test scores, if they're not meeting the indicators within the accreditation model, then they don't get to just stay there. They don't get to keep the accredited label. They have to be transparent about the fact that they are not meeting those standards appropriately. So this increases the accountability of those schools that may be missing the mark.
So
But
when do
while
they drop
it's
off?
but while they're missing the mark, this is also the opportunity for support to help those schools not just drop off, but hey, let's help you to move on up the chain again instead of saying we're done. You understand?
Okay. And so how many years are you giving them a chance then still?
So triennial accreditation is for a 3-year period. So any of those, so for instance, a school, let's just hypothetically, a school this year that was under triennial accreditation, and this is their last year that they were on it.
Third year?
Okay, so this was year 3 that they had earned. Well, if they had level 3 indicators this year, technically they're accredited, but really when we look at their data, it shows that they need support. And we want those schools to stay in the funnel because those are the schools that do need our support. So the edit is just an edit to say, we're going to look at your data and see how your data compares to the accreditation benchmarks. And that's the data we're using to determine whether you're in the funnel or not. We're not going to worry about whether you're under triennial accreditation or not. We just want to look at your data, and if it supports that you need to stay in the funnel, then you should stay in the funnel.
Thank you.
Yes, staff does such a great job all day, and I'm also just would commend the board for the job, everyone, because really, we just definitely handled for like 2 hours with expert facilitation a very complex state issue, and now we've just jumped into the deep end of the pool of federal regulation, and so I just would say bless our hearts, and I've been working on federal accreditation stuff for years. So yes, I think maybe I'm going to try to say it this way to my colleague, and you tell me if this is right. So triennial accreditation was intended to be a way to benefit consistently high-performing schools by not making them jump through so many hoops every single year, so they could actually focus on going to the next level. And so that was it's just try to relieve consistently high-performing schools of federal burden. However, I think the feds are saying that if suddenly you're not high-performing anymore, then that deal should be off. And so I kind of think that's what's happening here, and I think that makes good sense. A lot of the stuff is way in the weeds. I'm real thrilled that even, we've tried for years. For a time, the feds referred to the groups of students as subgroups, and that always just made everybody's skin crawl because children are not sub anything. So I'm so glad that even now in our federal application, we're talking about groups of students. So I think that's fantastic. But to these changes, these growth measures, it's one thing to be growing, but also be growing towards something. And so I think that's what the charts really point out. It's one thing to know that my middle son grew an inch, but if he was still 2 standard deviations behind, we might need to see a doctor. So I think, this is so, and for you to have to present to us when we're all so tired of federal stuff, I think the important thing here is that it ends with the superintendent's recommendation that we stay in the Fed's good graces. And it looks like this has been a way to do it, but my goodness, what a deep dive. So bless our hearts.
And this is on first review, so you will have another chance to look at it in September.
In that spirit, I want to thank Shelley and Amy, bless their hearts, because they're in my office a lot as I ask lots and lots and lots of questions. And I appreciate their patience, and they have a narrow path with federal regulations, and they have that anyway, and then add in the state superintendent saying, we can't do that. We've got to keep raising the ceiling and raising the floor. And so how do we figure that out? And that's where we are today.
Just a comment. I mean, I appreciate you saying raising the floor and raising the ceiling. This is good work. I support the superintendent's recommendation. I appreciate the presentation, particularly as Dr. Siebert said, this point in the day. But these numbers these targets should sober us up for 2 reasons. One, like where we are and how much work there is to do. And then second, like that work's not just going to happen because we want it to, or because there's just an incredible pace of school improvement embedded in these numbers, and we should be attentive to that.
All right, well, thank you both for the presentation. I think what the board is going to do is take 10 minutes, be back 6:25 for executive session.
Do I need to order
Mr. Rotherham, I think you've got a motion to make?
Yes, Mr. President, I move that pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A40, the Virginia Board of Education convene a closed meeting for the purposes of discussion and consideration of records relating to the denial, suspension, or revocation of teacher licenses, and that Deb Love, legal counsel to the Board of Education, as well as staff members Jillian Ballow, Joan Johnson, Kevin Foster, Stephen Burkhardt, whose presence will aid the board's consideration of this matter, also participate in the closed meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second? Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed? All right, the board is in closed session. Is the room